の拳誰も邪魔はさせやしないデッドラインあいつのその名はバインヒーロー了解だ
another SARUSHOW. I don't know what's going on. Is my hat making it look like that? Or is the light super high up? I'm guessing the light's super high up. But anyway, welcome you guys to another SARUSHOW. This SARUSHOW in specific is going to be about the NEO-GEO CD. We asked some questions on the NEO-GEO CD. If you guys were familiar with the NEO-GEO CD, if you guys had NEO-GEO CDs in your collection, etc., etc. There we go. That looks a bit normal. It's still blasting super bright though, for some reason. There we go. Yeah. All right. Welcome everybody. Sorry about that. We got off to a late start. Things are kind of out of order, but we're starting it. We're doing it. Better late than never. We got 16 people here. Thanks everybody for stopping in. I really appreciate it. Great music, Saru says, Matthew Roach. This is the arranged soundtrack for King of Fighters 94, which is the soundtrack that's also used in the NEO-GEO CD version of King of Fighters 94. So before we get into the actual question, let's go ahead and take a look and see who is in the chat. We've got a lot of people in here. Sweet Like Sugar, Ondo Gamer. Randrick is here. Objection is here. Daniel F is here. GT Beakerman is here. Mark Dell is here.
Okay. Pop it over here. Okay.
Stadium Arts is here. We've got an echo going on. Something's happening.
Oh. There it is.
There we go. Sorry about that, you guys. Oh, boys, says Sweet Like Sugar. GT Beakerman. Here, let me.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Let me just see who else is here. I just want to say hi to everybody. Brick Boy, greetings. Just want to say hi. Welcome, Brick Boy. I saw you in Alucard's chat. Welcome to the SARUSHOW. Reluctant Hero is here. I think that's everybody. Small audience today. Small and, what do you call it? Small and intimate today. This seems to always happen when we do like NEO-GEO stuff. So no surprise that it was on the last of the on the list of when we did the survey. All right, so let's go ahead and sorry.
We gotta do the survey.
Looks at personal, right? 45.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead right there. Sorry, I don't.
It's cool. We're a bit out of sorts today anyway, so maybe it's a good thing that we don't have a lot of people here. Can we close that? That's weird. That's weird. Sierra Trusty is here. Welcome, Sierra.
Mark Dell's here.
Brandon Wallace is here.
What the hell?
I don't
Did you just
know.
close this? Yeah, you closed.
I don't know why that's in there. Where's the question?
Oh, here.
Is this it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so we're just going to get straight into the weekly question. Last week, we asked you guys, what are... Oops. If you were familiar with the NEO-GEO CD, and if so, what were your favorite NEO-GEO CD games? Number one comes to us from Stadium Arts. He simply said... where is it? I lost it. There it is.
The computer has been acting so weird.
The computer is flipping out today. All right. Number one comes to us from Stadium Arts. He says Samurai Spirits is, I guess, his favorite NEO-GEO CD game. Number two did not leave a name, but this person says, I am not, meaning he's not familiar with the NEO-GEO CD, but I am super looking forward to hearing about people's favorites. I wonder who that was. If you're here, let us know. I'd like to know. And when you answer the question, what's next week's question?
Laserdisc.
Okay. Did you do it already?
I'll write it after.
Jesse will eventually pin it.
Because I can't do it because I can do it on my phone.
Number three, it comes to us from Brandon Wallace. Brandon Wallace says, I am familiar with the NEO-GEO CD, but I have never played the actual console. The only experience I have is emulated or on the Neo SD Pro. If I had to pick a favorite, it would have to be the original Samurai Showdown because it's my most nostalgic NEO-GEO game, says Brandon Wallace. I bet you we're going to hear a lot of Samurai Showdown because it's a great game. It was also, like, I think it was it the first weapons-based fighting game? It was the first one I ever played.
Sorry.
So...
I'm getting it right
Let's see here. Number 4 comes to us from Sweet Like Sugar. Welcome, Sweet Like Sugar. Sweet Like Sugar says, that would be King of Fighters 98. It's way better sound. It has a way better soundtrack than my PS1 version.
Mark,
I would have to have had this copy I wouldn't have had this copy if it wasn't for Saru pointing that out to me. Smiley face says Sweet Like Sugar.
the last one was Mark Dell.
Oh, the one he says I'm not super looking forward. Thank you, Mark Dell. Thanks for letting me know that that was you. I'm gonna put that in there. I'll put that in there. Is Hat D. Number 5 didn't leave a name, but number 5 says, I never had too much experience with the CD. However, I am familiar with its fantastic arranges of many games, especially King of Fighters 97 OST, in my opinion, better than the MVS AES. There's quite a few of them, actually, on the NEO-GEO CD that just have soundtracks that are just amazing. Like, this one, for example, King of Fighters 94 has a great arranged soundtrack. Alright, so, if you want your question read, like we are doing so this week, you can do so by clicking at the top of the chat. We've got the question pinned. I don't know if it's showing up for you guys. It isn't for me, but there it is. It just took a while.
It takes a while.
But Jesse went ahead and put up next week's questions. Next week's question is regarding Laserdiscs. I'm showing off my collection of Laserdiscs, mostly video game and anime related Laserdiscs. But next week is a Laserdisc episode here. Brian Trusty is here.
Brian's sister's here.
Brian's sister is here. Oh my gosh.
Her name is Rachel Trusty.
Welcome. Oh my god, we got all the Trusties in the house. Welcome.
The Trusty house.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks for stopping in tonight. I really appreciate it. We got Sister Trusty. We got Wife Trusty and
Trusty.
Trusty. So welcome, everybody, and thank you for stopping in tonight. All right, next one is this person didn't leave an. Oh no, wait, comes to us from Brandon Cruz.
Brandon Cruz,
one of the many Brandons in the Saru crew, says, "Nope, not familiar. I remember reading about the NEO-GEO CD in magazines as a kid, and particularly the complaints about its load times. But I never got into the NEO-GEO stuff back then or since." For NEO-GEO games, I just buy digital re-releases and then play the ROMs either on the Mister or in MAME. And that's enough for me. Actually, come to think of it, I did buy Big Tournament Golf for the NEO-GEO CD years and years ago and have held onto it ever since. Holy cow. I've never played it, but every now and again, I'll take it off of the shelf and just look at it, marveling at its mint condition, pondering how fortunate I am to own something so many people find desirable. I'll stroke it very gently so as to not protrude its pristine state. It's like Golem's ring. I desire being in its presence, but I know how corrupting it is. Sometimes I don't know if I have Big Tournament Golf or if Big Tournament Golf has me. Oh, if there was only someone out there somewhere who could take this wretched thing from me and free me of this suffering. But who? Who else is worthy of bearing this burden? I'm totally joking and making all this up, by the way. He doesn't have Big Tournament Golf. But its power is corrupting. Alright, here we go. Next one comes to us from... Let me get back up there. This mouse. Why don't you switch this mouse out? Remember, we were talking about...
I can do it right now if you want.
Alright.
Oh, no, all right.
Randrick. Yeah, you don't want to touch the USBs.
Yeah,
remember, because
so
this computer will be like... As soon as you touch a USB port...
So much we do, we forget.
Alright. Number 7 comes to us from Randrick. Randrick is here. He said, I know about it, and I played games on the NEO-GEO CD before, but never got into the console or any of the games. My favorite game is Ninja Commando. God, I love that one too, Randrick. It's awesome. Time traveling plus ninjas plus running gun gameplay? I mean, come on. This is the perfect mix, says Randrick. Maybe we'll play that tonight too. I like that game a lot. Number 8 comes to us from Clappius. Clappius17. That's Cassius. Who is in the chat here. Cassius says, Big Tournament Gorf. Says Clappius. Gorf. That's his, like, the intro music to Big Tournament Golf is also the his donation music too. So every time I think of now, if I play Big Tournament Golf, I hear the intro, which I'm terrible at, by the way. I suck at that game. But every time I listen to the intro, I now think of Cassius's streams because that's his donation thing. Let's see here. Arcade Games is here. He says, "Yo, what is up, Arcade Games? Welcome."
Not live, sorry.
Oh, there we go. Okay, chat was all weird. All right, next one comes to us from. Is this? Ooh, excuse me. Is this on 2 pages?
Yes.
Daniel F. I think Daniel is here.
Daniel,
Yes, he is here.
Says, lol.
Daniel F says, "Yes, I know of the NEO-GEO CD system with its very long load times, lol. My favorite NEO-GEO CD games are the exclusives such as Ironclad Brickinger, Cross Swords 2, and other NEO-GEO games such as Breakers, Big Tournament Golf, Metal Slug, Tengai Makyo, Flying Power Disc. I have a big NEO-GEO fan. I have been a big NEO-GEO fan for many years now, and there are too many games to list, says Daniel F. God, what is wrong with me today? I'm all flustered, I think.
There you go.
Because of stuff. Let's see here. Those are all great games. I love Tengai Makyo Shinden, and that was Kabuki Clash here in the States, by the way, you guys. And I love that game. Brian Tracy says them tasty donos and help Sarus get a Mac Mini to help the channel. Support the streams by donor. Thank you so much, Brian Trusty. I really appreciate that. Mark Dell says, I've never seen a NEO-GEO in person, either home system or Big Red. Oh, we should have grabbed both NEO-GEO
I can do it.
Do you mind grabbing them? Yep. Jesse's going to grab them so that we can show them. Except he doesn't know what he's looking for. Okay. Yeah, that's one of them. All right, next one. Number 10, didn't leave a name, but this person says Metal Slug 2, 3-Count Bout, and Aero Fighters 2. I'm assuming that that's this person's favorite NEO-GEO CD games. That one left no name either. When you guys answer the question up at the top, when you click on it, it's going to take you to the Gleam link. Just throw in your YouTube name, like right at the beginning, so I know who it's from. Or at the end is fine too, so that I know who it's from. I wonder if NEO-GEO is around here somewhere. Cass has a big red one, says Mark Dell. That's hilarious. Alright. So the NEO-GEO CD, Mark Dell, looks like this right here. This is the original NEO-GEO CD. There's also a front loader. The 1x speed version came in 2 different variants. Wow, this is dusty. This is the one that never got any play as of recent. I played mostly the CDZ whenever I played it. Now I just played on the Polymega whenever I do play it. But this was my original NEO-GEO CD right here. I purchased this from NCSX back in 1999, at the beginning of 1999. Shortly after the new year, actually, I purchased this NEO-GEO CD. I always wanted a NEO-GEO CD, though. Ever since it came out, I used to fantasize about getting a NEO-GEO CD. I used to get the magazines. I used to tell all my friends, yeah, I might get one. I never got one. And by the time that, like, the PS1 came out, and then the Sega Saturn, when the Sega Saturn Model 2 came out, I bought a Sega Saturn, and I started buying all my NEO-GEO CD games for Sega Saturn. And I never got a NEO-GEO CD like I wanted back in the day. But the Saturn did a really good job with NEO-GEO ports, so I wasn't too butthurt about it. But I did want one super, super bad in 1994. I had the NEO-GEO magazines. Maybe if I spent less of that money playing NEO-GEO in the arcade, because I spent tons in the arcade. Any chance I could get to play NEO-GEO in the arcade, I would play them. I wouldn't eat lunch, and I'd go and play NEO-GEO in the arcades. But I had bought this from NCSX back in 1999. It came with a copy of Samurai Showdown 2 and King of Fighters 94 for $99. $99 in 1999, yes. And it came with 2 games, and I bought a few games afterwards. Ninja Masters, and then I went periods where I just wouldn't buy any games for it because it was kind of pointless. It was kind of like a novelty item for the most part, and then I started buying more games. In 2008, I got the itch again to buy NEO-GEO games. I started buying more games. In 2008, started trading with people on the NEO-GEO CD forums for my PSP games, particularly with a person who had a lot of NEO-GEO games, wanted PSP games, whatever, long story. But that's what the original looks like. Then we have the NEO-GEO CDZ. This is the CDZ right here. This one is 2x loading time, and this is the one you would want to get if you wanted to play on original hardware. You would get the NEO-GEO CDZ. This one has much better loading time. This one, I think I ended up getting in 2016. So this one came much, much later. I had the top loader for the longest time. And then I got this in 2016 in a trade for artwork. I did a bunch of graphic arts for somebody, logos and stuff, and they gave me this because they didn't know if it worked or not. And it did work, which was cool. Because it was just this, didn't come with any of the connections. I had connections, and when I got it, I plugged it in, and it worked just fine, and it works perfectly now, still, to this day. No issues with it whatsoever. But this is the NEO-GEO CDZ system. This one loads much faster. You can probably get this loose for like $250, $300, I think. But that one's the 2x speed. What's the NEO-GEO CD loading speed on the Polymega? It's instant. It loads super fast. Oh, Sierriolas donated $10 just cause. Thank you, Sierriolas. Sierriolas. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. Much love to Sierriolas. Because she has a theme song, but I don't know if I want to sing it. I don't know how old Brian Trusty's sister is.
Oh, you're right.
It might not be appropriate. But let's see here. People are saying stuff. Ilya's here. Ilya says NEO-GEO CD in Japanese. And Ilya says Nihon de Itano. Yeah, you can talk all the Japanese you want. As long as I understand it, I'll read it. Because my kanji skills are bad.
Older sister, bam.
Older sister, busty trusty, busty trusty. Ooh la la, busty trusty. Now I don't remember how it went. I was breasts. Like, breasts. Busty trusty. Quite possibly the best trustee. Sorry did a video showing off how fast the last blade is on the Polymega. That's right. I did do a video, very short video, and actually Jesse edited that video and put it up with showing off the quick Polymega load times. It's super fast. Super fast. For sure. Alright, back to the weekly question here. Number 10, oh no, I read that. That was listed. Number 11 says, yes, familiar, but only ever heard of it, says number 11. Yes, but I've only ever heard of it. That person didn't leave a name either. So hopefully they're here. They might be here. Number 12 comes to us from Kitsune-sama. Kitsune says, yes, I know the console, but never had one because it was, and still is, very expensive. My favorite games are Metal Slug 3. That one wasn't on NEO-GEO CD, actually. And would have liked Neo Mr. Do. Would have been released on the console too. I also like Neo Bomberman. Best Bomberman game ever, by the way. But not sure if it's on the console either. None of those you listed are on the console. But, I mean, they're all NEO-GEO games, so we're kind of talking about NEO-GEO. Specifically CD, but that's cool too. Number 13 comes to us from GT Beakerman. Beakerman says, not really. I have never played one, but my favorite NEO-GEO games are Samurai Showdown and Magician Lord that I used to play every time I went to Godfather's Pizza. Oh my god! I love Godfather's Pizza. The one here in Vegas always had like a couple big reds back in the day, which is hilarious. That's where you played also. I'm guessing maybe, oh, we got something happened. Rachel Trusty donated $10. Great channel. Here's a dono. Thank you so much, Rachel Trusties.
Thank you,
all
Rachel
the wonderful
Trusty.
Trusties in the chat. Very generous Trusties. Thank you all. Thank you all. I love you all. Even Rachel Trusty, though I don't know her, but I love you just by association with Trusty Trusty and Busty Trusty.
Sarah Trusty says, I love my theme song.
We gotta make that happen. Busty Trusty, yeah. Breasts.
Mark Dell says, were NEO-GEO CD games a whole lot cheaper than the carts back when they came out?
Yes.
Do they need a main console to use NEO-GEO CD?
No. Trusty Boots donated. I go now. Says Trusty Boots. Trusty Boots. Now we need a theme song for Trusty Boots. Trusty Boots. Trusty Boots. He's the best of the Trusties, Trusty Boots. But
No,
Sierra,
it's-
you're really the best one. Don't tell Trusty Boots. Trusty Nation, that's right.
know.
The Trusty Nation has showed up there again. Love my theme
In God
song.
we
JB
trust.
is here.
In God we trusty.
In God we trusty, says Jeffo.
What's up, JB?
What's up, JB? So, Mark Dell, to answer your question, no. These consoles were their own thing. So they didn't need, like, the NEO-GEO to connect. It just had controller ports. The reason with the NEO-GEO is, like, the loading times on the NEO-GEO, especially this one, were atrociously bad. Like, the loading time was super bad on these. This one improved it by half, but it was still kind of bad especially by today's standards. It was pretty bad. This one, super bad. A lot of a CG anime called High Score Girl, which is about video games, makes fun of like the slow loading times of that, which is pretty funny. Which I recommend if you're a retro gamer, check out High Score Girl. It's super great. Trusty Nation says, Goblin, welcome Goblin215 to the stream. He says, hey, Gobby. Do you know, it's so funny. Gobby, do you know what Gobby means? Like, in Australia, Gobby is something totally different.
Jesse is NEO-GEO modeling.
He is. He had, like, Vanna White hands and everything.
But hairy.
Which is, but hairy.
Super hairy.
He's my round little hairy Vanna. High Score Gal was great, says Objection. What's a gobby, says Goblin. A gobby has to do with things that you do with your mouth to things for the pleasure of other things. Daniel F says another annoying thing was the power supply of the NEO-GEO CD was proprietary, which sucks. So for the NEO-GEO CD-Z, I cut... I had another... Do you remember?
Yeah.
I took an exact... When I got this one, I was like, how do I test it? I got an X-Acto knife and cut the power supplies to one of the NEO-GEO CDs. Because it looks like... I think the only difference was the port on it. And I think the power is different, but it never exploded. And I played this for hours.
Yeah.
And never had any issues with it. But,
we left it on, too.
Yeah, we left it on all night one night. And it was fine. But I ended up taking an X-Acto knife and cutting the power supply of the NEO-GEO CD to fit in there, and it worked just fine. Jeffo says it's like a goofy gobbler. A gobby to Australian people is blowjobs.
What? Blowjobs?
When you say
There's a replacement you can get on Castlevania for it. Ooh, nice.
yeah, that's right.
That's awesome.
There's also a retro. What was it? I think Retro Game Cave makes replacement ones as well. I think. So, if nowadays you're looking for replacement ones, if you like buy console only, you can get them at Retro Game Cave, I think, and it's like $39. It's not that expensive, like $30-something, I think. $34 maybe. I don't remember. I do know there is replacements though, for sure. All right, I think we have one more question. GT Beakerman was last one.
Matthew
that I read?
Roach.
Matthew Roach. The commander, he says, Matthew Roach here, he says, I am familiar with the NEO-GEO. Oh, something just happened. Mark donated $25. He says, my favorite show of the week. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Mark. I assume that is Hot D. The hottest D. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Oh, and guess what that means? That means it's Gachapon time. We get to do Gachapon. We'll do Gachapon right before I start showing you guys my collection of NEO-GEO CD games. Retro Game Cave doesn't make replacement NEO-GEO CD PSUs. Ah, shitty. I thought they did for some reason. Then maybe I'm thinking of Stone Age Gamer. Maybe. I don't know. Saru MacGyvered a power supply. I totally did because I had no other way to play it. And it worked. And it worked for years, too, with that. that butchered power supply. But the PSU that Castlemania sells, I guess maybe I'm just thinking Castlemania. I don't remember. Somebody has it. Somebody has it. In the UK, a gob is your mouth, so gobby makes a lot of sense.
Shut your gob.
Shut your gob. Yeah, so nearly halfway to the Mac. I know. I meant to change this so it says giveaway at every 100, so that people know that we're giving away stuff every time we reach that milestone. It scared me. Something's just randomly moving. I'm like, what's moving? I'm scared. All right. Hot D Dono hype.
Nearly halfway to your...
Nearly halfway there. Yes, Gobby Donos. Wait, what?
Gobby Donos?
Let's see. All right. Let's get to that last one. Sorry about that. There it is. Number 14 comes to us from Matthew Roach. He says, Matthew Roach here. I am familiar with the NEO-GEO CD way after it had launched in the 90s. My favorite games for it are The Last Blade, Last Resort, and of course, the King of Fighters and Fatal Fury games, says Matthew Roach. Very cool. Make sure to stick around to the end of the show where we announce the winner of the weekly video game giveaway, which is something that we do every SARUSHOW. We give away a retro game of your choice if you win for answering that question, and we read them here every week for Question of the Week.
Mark doesn't...
I will accept gobby donations, says Mark Dell.
We're looking at it, says, yeah, it's from Stone Age Gamer, and it's made from Japan Games Online. It's great universal PSU and all NG CDs.
Stone Age Gamer. Okay, I was one of those places. Retro Game Cave, Stone Age Gamer. I knew it was somewhere that I was thinking about. Honestly, didn't know there was a NEO-GEO CD. He says Goblin. It says Gobby. He says Goblin. I love the NEO-GEO CD. It's one of my favorite consoles. A lot of, like, see that's the empty space where all the NEO-GEO CD games were. But I love it. I always wanted one because I knew I could never afford a NEO-GEO CD. Well, apparently I couldn't afford the NEO-GEO CD either because I never got one until the beginning, January 1999. I got my NEO-GEO CD because I was employed, but I had gotten $50 for Christmas. I always get $50 for still now to this day from my parents in Illinois, which is my dad and my stepmom. They send me $50 every Christmas, and so I used that towards the NEO-GEO CD that year. I only heard about it in the last few months. I thought it was a CD expansion like the Sega CD, says Mark Dell. So the NEO-GEO CD had a very limited library compared to the MVS, to the AES, and especially the MVS, right? The MVS has, I think, the largest library of all of the NEO-GEO variants, because those were the arcade boards, so everything came out for the MVS. But the NEO-GEO CD did have some exclusives, like Daniel mentioned earlier, Crosswords 2, Ironclad, Final Romance F, Samurai Showdown RPG. So there were a few exclusives. Do we have a Seal Busters? We do. Good.
Yeah, we do.
Good! Alright, so why don't we go ahead and do a giveaway?
Yep.
We're going to do that giveaway. Very big thanks to Mark Dell for tipping over the giveaway so that we can do one. So we're going to do one now. Jesse's going to set up a Gleam link. CD technology for the win. I agree, Jeffo. I was such a big, optical media whore thanks to the TurboGrafx CD. It totally got me into optical media, and it was so hard to go back to carts after that. Overtop is another exclusive, says Reluctant Hero. I didn't know that, actually. I had no idea. I thought Overtop also came out for MVS, but good to know. No idea. And I'm the NEO-GEO CD guy. You think I'd know that? I only recently got Overtop 2. Not that long ago. Overtop as well. There's not Overtop 2 like number 2.
1 second.
What's happening?
I'm doing some stuff.
What's happening? Yeah, Overtop's an expensive one too. All right. Well, while Justin's doing that, actually, I'm going to go ahead and jump into my collection of NEO-GEO CD games. I'm going to start off with a series that is iconic to a lot of people, and that is the Fatal Fury series. Fatal Fury, known in Japan as Garo Densetsu, which is Legend of the Lone Wolf. This is the very first of the Fatal Fury games on NEO-GEO CD. Fatal Fury 1. These ports are pretty much 1-1 to arcade. This is pretty much exactly like the arcade. If you have a NEO-GEO CD, this is a single game load, so you don't get loading between fights or anything. This game loads everything into the RAM because all of the older games are smaller, so they're easily to load, or they load complete into the NEO-GEO's RAM. So games like this, Magician Lord, a lot of the older NEO-GEO games will load all into it. Into the, into the NEO-GEO's RAM. This is one of them. This now goes for like $100 for some reason. I don't know why. This was a game that you could get for $30-ish, like all day, every day back in the day. But now it's $100+ for the first Fatal Fury on NEO-GEO CD. Alright, the next one. This one is one of my favorite NEO-GEO games of all time. I believe I have every version of this game except for the MVS one for some reason. I don't have that one. But this is Fatal Fury 2, or Garo Densetsu 2. This one here, for many reasons, was my favorite, one of my favorite fighting games. On the NEO-GEO, I used to ditch school so much to go play this. But that was NEO-GEO in general. I just used to ditch school a lot to go play NEO-GEO. But this one is one that I played so much in the arcade, and I used to play with this character here. That is Kim Kap-hwan. He is the Taekwondo character. And I love this game. Love the music. Everything about this game was really cool. Now I find it kind of stiff in terms of gameplay. Back then, it was pretty good. It wasn't the most playable fighting game in terms of like fluidity. I feel like the first World Heroes felt more fluid than this one, but this one also had like the unique jumping between planes that was started by the first Fatal Fury game, and they did that pretty much up until Fatal Fury 3, and then the Real Bout games got them as well, with the first Real Bout having 3 planes for some reason, and then they went back to 2 planes with subsequent games. But I absolutely love this version. I absolutely love this cover. I think one of the main reasons why I have such an attachment to this game is because when I had my TurboGrafx CD, Fatal Fury 2 was the first game that I got for the arcade card. This was my first arcade card game, and boy did I play the shit out of this game with a 2-button controller. Loved it. And it was my first like real like the closest arcade experience I can get to this game at home was with the PC Engine version. But we're not talking PC Engine today. We're just talking about why I think that one was one of my favorite Fatal Fury games. I think is because I played a lot of it in the arcade, and I played a lot of it at home. Mark Dell says, I really know nearly nothing about those fighting games. I'm baffled about how some of the games just have years at the end, like their sports games. Yeah, like the King of Fighters games all used to do years up until King of Fighters 11. After King of Fighters 2003, they started going by a number system. So they went King of Fighters 11, 12, 13, 14. They stopped going by years, and they just started going by their numerical release. Daniel says, wait, someone said PCE. Yeah, I was talking about how Fatal Fury 2 was one of those games I was super attached to, and I think the PCE has a lot to do with it.
Mackenzie's here.
Welcome, Mackenzie. Says, sorry, crew. What is up, everybody? Welcome, everybody. All right, next one. This one here is Garo Densetsu 3, Road to the Final Victory, Fatal Fury 3. Admittedly, I didn't really play this one a whole lot, and I didn't really care for it a lot. Even though it is a good game, I just didn't care. When this came out, I missed out on it and playing it in the arcade. I went straight to like other stuff, pretty much, like the Real Bout games, Real Bout Fatal Fury, the first Real Bout game. Like, this got completely ignored for the most part. One day I'll go back and play through all of them. Oh my god, Cereals donated $10 again! Inching toward that Mac Mini, says Cereals. Thank you so much, Cereals. We're gonna have to come up with a new song for Cereals. Alright. But yes, Fatal Fury 3. I didn't really get to play that one a whole lot. Because, I never really liked it a whole lot.
Thank you, Sierra.
Thank you, Sierra. Much love to Sierra. Very warm times.
Mark Dell said, how many KOFs are there? Are they really that different?
So every KOF, they they add new stuff. They do change and they evolve over time. Like King of Fighters 94 and 95, they were groundbreaking because I think King of Fighters was the first fighting game to have like that team battle system like it did. It was the first game to have like 3-on-3 battles where you picked a team instead of just one-on-one fighting games, because that was what was the thing back then, was one-on-one versus fighting games. So when King of Fighters 75 came out, it was more of the same. All it did was introduce more characters, and they introduced something called the team edit mode, which lets you just pick whichever characters you wanted to make your team, as opposed to King of Fighters 94, where you had to pick a team of 3 and you didn't get to mix them around. In 95, you were able to mix them around. So, that shaking is a table. It's because I keep, like, hitting the table. In King of Fighters 96, they implemented all kinds of gameplay mechanics that made the game just much more playable. And King of Fighters 96 is actually one of my favorite King of Fighters because it pretty much changed the game completely in terms of gameplay, where it added things like, TT McGee donated $10. Here's another $10 towards your goal. I love your channel. Thank you so much, TT McGee. And all the trustees. We love the trustees. We love the trustees here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you so much, TT McGee, Sierra Trusty, and Brian Trusty. Is Brian Trusty still here? Or did he say he was leaving? Oh, okay.
I think he's still here.
97 would be great if they didn't screw up the BGM. I know, it was so weird what they did. They were trying. I could see why they changed it with King of Fighters 97, because they were trying to make it seem like the tournament was taking place in a TV show. So a lot of the ambient soundtracks were supposed to be like a TV, like you were watching behind the eyes of a TV crew. So it was supposed to be like, well, you know, there wasn't any, like you were supposed to be watching them on TV. It's as if you were watching the King of Fighters matches from a satellite, like pay-per-view. They were trying to go for like the pay-per-view feel. So that's why a lot of the stages had like ambient sounds and noises for all of the stages, and there were only soundtracks specific to characters, right? Like star characters. You had characters like Terry Bogard. They had their own theme songs because he's considered a star character. Athena Samia, she had, you know, she always gets a different version of Psycho Soldier with every subsequent King of Fighters that they remix. 96 is what got me into KOF. 98 perfected the formula, in my opinion. Yes, 98 perfected it in just in terms of balance, right? Like balance was so good in 98, where balance in 96 was kind of off, but the gameplay was so significantly better than 94 and 95. So they get a pass. Arcade Game says, I agree. KF 97 needed more cowbell.
Gordon says, sorry, Mario. No, I was asking what's shaking, like what's happening.
Oh, I thought you meant the shaking, because like every time I hit the table, look, this happens. I thought it was me. I get excitable and I start smacking the table. This is from King of Fighters 96. This logo here.
Mark Dell says, I could listen to Saru dive deep on these games all night.
Oh my god, I know. I'm sorry. I nerd out. Like, I go into like stupid details and like unnecessary details.
No,
people are like, what?
You know a lot.
Let's see here. Super Boo, did I say hi to Boo? I didn't say hi to Boo. I'm
Super
sorry,
Boo.
Boo. I just noticed that a Boo was here. Welcome, Boo.
Boo.
KOF 97 is my personal favorite, possibly with 98 being a very close second, says Mackenzie. Very cool. All right. I'm dumb. I went out of order. These are not in order. King of Fighters, I'm sorry, Fatal Fury Special. This one came before Fatal Fury 3. Oh my god, Brian Trusty! He says, let's get that Mac Mini. We love it. Sarus must support the Dark Lord. That's my secret identity. People don't know. People don't know that I am secretly the but I think everybody knows. I love people talking with passion and showing off knowledge about what they love, says Mark Dell. Oh man, if
Pokemon, anyways. I'm just kidding.
Pokemon. I love the Saru deep dives on games. I learned so much over the years listening to Sarumaru, says Russ. Thank you, Arcade Games. That's very nice of you. Give me some of that drink. I'm like all cotton
That
now.
drink, purple drink.
Sierra Hearts. Thank you. Sorry, my mouth was like because I'm like talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Anyhow, Fatal Fury Special. This one added a bunch over Fatal Fury 2, mainly the use of the boss characters. This was basically back in the day, right, when SNK was making games. They were like the other big fighting game company, right? And the way that happened is kind of funny. So Street Fighter 1 came out, right? Nobody gave a shit about Street Fighter 1. Street Fighter 1 played like complete ass. And it was still kind of revolutionary because you had like the 6 different buttons, even though that's not how Street Fighter started. It started off with a 2-button configuration where people had to hit the pads really hard, but people were breaking their hands on them. So they changed it to a 6-button layout. And that's what we know like Street Fighter now. So when Street Fighter 2 came out, it completely revolutionized the 2D fighting world. But what a lot of people don't know is that the first Street Fighter was made by one of the people who made the very first Fatal Fury game. Street Fighter, the person behind Street Fighter 1 made Fatal Fury. So when SNK came around to make the Fatal Fury games, he had left Capcom, I think because of the success of Street Fighter 1 was kind of... But they hired him on in SNK. Oh my god! Arcade Games in 569 had to put out random cents in the goal to annoy OCD peeps. Gobble gobble. Says Russ. Thank you for the 569. 69 chicka bow wow. Thank you, Russ. So, Osaka, SNK, which is in Osaka. SNK hired the person behind the original Street Fighter 1 because they wanted to make fighting games of their own because of the success with Street Fighter 2. So they made Fatal Fury. But Fatal Fury was it didn't play exactly very well. It was super impressive though. I remember when this game came out, I was awestruck by the sound, by the graphics. It was just on a different level than Street Fighter 2, right? But Street Fighter 2 trumped this in terms of gameplay, I think. It just played a lot better than the Fatal Fury series. But it's funny because the start of the SNK fighting games and the fighting game franchises had their roots in Street Fighter because of the person behind the original Street Fighter put together Fatal Fury for SNK. So whenever somebody says, oh, you know, SNK just copied Capcom or whatever, there's a lot more to that than just one company copying another. Like the person behind the main series of fighting games working on the main series of fighting games for SNK. So next time somebody was like, oh, SNK is just copying, there's a whole history behind it. So going back to Fatal Fury Special, I had to go back and tell you guys a little history about that because of the fact that they always had to keep toe-to-toe with Capcom now because they were the other company that was making fighting games. So when Capcom came around and they did Street Fighter Champion Edition, Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition lets you play as the 4 boss characters, which you couldn't do in the original Street Fighter 2, and it tweaked some gameplay mechanics. Boom. SNK answered back to that with Garo Densetsu Special. They did the same exact thing. See these 4 characters up at the top? These are all the boss characters. They let you play all of those boss characters in Fatal Fury Special. But on top of that, they added a bunch of characters. So they were really trying to like show that they can do more. They were trying to outshine. They never did. They never quite outshined Capcom, but they were really close most of the time. And in my eyes, they outshined Capcom in many different ways. With character development was way better on an SNK game than a Capcom game. Story in Street Fighter is complete ass, right? Like compared to like anything made by SNK, they actually had people who spent time with character development, something that they didn't do with Capcom games a whole lot.
Elvis
Roa's here. Welcome, Elvis Roa. We just got a donation from Ring Fit Master Mackenzie. He says SNK and Capcom both with brilliant 3D fighters. Love they got together for Capcom versus SNK 1 and 2. And there was also supposed to be an SNK versus Capcom 3, which was going to be a 3D iteration of the SNK versus Capcom series, but that never came to be because SNK went under. SNK went bankrupt around that time. So essentially, without SNK around, they couldn't really make SNK versus Capcom 3. So what ended up happening is they decided that they were going to do what was it called again? Capcom Fighting Evolution, I believe. The SNK versus Capcom game that Capcom was making with SNK ended up getting shelved and reworked to become, I think, Capcom Evolution. And then they canned that game, and then they ended up making Capcom Fighting Gem for whatever reason. But yeah, that game had been canned. That was originally going to be the 3D Capcom versus SNK. You want to play another one?
Yeah.
But welcome, Elvis Roa!
I'll read Elvis Roa's thing.
Elvis Roa says, Mr. Trusty, how dare you call yourself the Dark Lord on my stream? You do not want to feel my fury. I'm the only Lord here. The tetas con queso Lord Lamau. Sorry, Jesse! Alright, now we're listening to King of Fighters 94 soundtrack. We were listening to the
95.
arranged... I'm sorry. We were listening to the arranged for King of Fighters 94. Now we're listening to King of Fighters 95. But yes, this was SNK's answer to Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition on the Capcom side. And then came Fatal Fury 3, which I talked about beforehand because I'm a dodo. Because I'm a dodo. There we go. 1, 2, special, and 3. Alright.
You can just put them...
Put you back. Put you guys back here. Back to your home. Alright, so now I feel that we should talk about the next fighting game series that SNK put together. We're gonna need these Samurai Showdowns at some point. They're probably over there.
Samurai Showdown?
Yeah, you can change that now if you want to. Just put like...
You got $5, so it's $440.69.
Record Ransom series says, ¿Qué onda con el Saru?
Type it up. I'll get the Samurai Showdown.
¿Qué onda con el Saru? Whoa, crazy sax time. I think this is Iori's theme. The Iori team theme. What was it, 900? What did you say?
Yeah.
Starting amount was what?
Huh? 900.
No, starting amount? What was it? You told me
I
just
don't
now.
remember. Hold on here. I have it right here. 435.
Okay.
So 440.69.
Sorry, give me 1 second, you guys. Yeah, all of those. There's 4 of them. And then what? 12.
12.
Oops. Is that good?
Yeah, start goal.
There we go.
I'll see what happens.
Oh, is
It's
there
because it's too long.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Just leave it like
Whatever.
that.
All right. So, the next big fighting game series that SNK put together back then is the Art of Fighting series, which is this right here. Art of Fighting was very special in the way that it utilized sprite scaling in fighting games in a way that it's never been seen before. SNK always try to innovate in different ways to do things with fighting games to differentiate themselves from Capcom fighting games, right? They wanted to make their fighting games more than just typical 2D one-on-one fighting games. They wanted to always add something different. So while Capcom was working on version of Street Fighter 2, because they always just made different versions of Street Fighter 2 for the longest time, SNK was busy cranking out their next fighting game series, which was Art of Fighting. And like I said, this one here utilized sprite scaling, something that wasn't really seen in fighting games before. The gameplay in this one was kind of weird, and you also had a bar that you utilized to do special moves. That is also something that hadn't been seen in fighting games up until this point. So SNK was always trying to add a little extra. They were always trying to innovate over Capcom when it came to fighting games. With Fatal Fury, they did the different panes where they had people jumping, between the different like foreground and background. That was something that wasn't seen. With this one, it was sprite scaling. And the sprite scaling was very impressive at the time. It was impressive to see sprite scaling in fighting games. And Art of Fighting, very much inspired by I'm gonna say 80s movie tropes and stuff, like typical Chinatown type environment. You got Robert, who's clearly inspired at this time by Steven Seagal. Oh, Nick donated $5. Take off your hat. Why?
Rachel said, "Trustees, take off your hat real quick." Brian says you have awesome hair.
Oh, I didn't.
That's
my
right.
hair is look at my hair. Normally I spike my hair. I spike my hair upwards, but I need to get it cut. So right now it's not awesome. I'm like, why does everyone want to see my head? Right now I have complete hat head. But normally, if you go to any other stream, see the monkey? That's pretty much what my hair looks like in the donation thing.
Mark Dell says, "What donut incentive for clothing to be removed? We want to pick cat
We want
to
Yeah.
get Saru nude." Mark Dell.
to gay. Shit, for that you pretty much have to sleep with somebody. But yeah, normally I'll spike up my hair. I didn't have any time to do anything with my hair today, but normally if you look at the little chibi, my little chibi drawing, normally I spike my hair up. I'll do that next Saturday. If you show up next Saturday, my hair will be back to normal. I love your shirt. Sorry, it says Record Rams. Thank you. But yes, my hair right now is complete flat hat head. But normally my hair is all like straight up.
Brian Jones says, "You have the best hat head ever."
Right now it's my hair is blah. I love your shirt. It says Record Rams.
Seems like a 2K boner.
2K boner.
2K boner incentive.
Sure, just head on to onlyfans.com/Sarumaru and you'll
Sour balls.
Sour balls. You get to see that. Alright, so back to Art of Fighting. Less about my balls, more about Art of Fighting. So Art of Fighting 1 introduced scaling, right? Really cool. Art of Fighting 2. So here was a weird thing about this game. This game played in an episodic manner, like a movie. Is pretty much how they wanted this to play out, right? You had different stages were different chapters, and you got to pick these two characters, Ryo Sakazaki and Robert Garcia. These are the two main characters of the series. In the game's main story mode, you only got to play as these two characters. You didn't get to play as whoever you wanted. You only got to play all the other characters that you fight in the series when you played versus mode. Many people didn't like that, but they wanted to make it play like a movie. SNK always wanted to do unique things, right? They always wanted to do different things. So they wanted the game to play out like a movie at the time. And like I said, the game uses a lot of action movie tropes, right? Like your typical 80s action movie type things. So they wanted to go for that 80s action movie type feel with Art of Fighting, and that's why they made it play in that episodic manner. But when they got to Art of Fighting 2 for the NEO-GEO, oh, Mrs. Tressie donated $10. Saru on OnlyFans. Yeah, me, Cassius, and a bunch of other YouTubers have side gigs on OnlyFans. So we gotta make that money. We gotta make that money. I'm just kidding. I don't have an OnlyFans.
Soon.
Balls might be styled the same as the hair. Who knows? Now, unfortunately, what is it? The curtains don't match the drapes. Because that burns. Wait, do I get mod status there too? Says Brian Trusty. Jared says, "Oh my god, yes." Do we collab on that too? No, not you, Trusty. You're the innocent lamb of the group. We have to keep you pure and innocent and free of sin and guile as a baby lamb. Brian Trusty's OnlyFans is hot. No, Brian Trusty is good boy. We're all the bad ones who are corrupting him. Trusty is good boy. He's good boy. All right. And then we have Art of Fighting 3. Simply called Art of Fighting Ryuko no Ken Gaiden, which is... I guess I should have mentioned that. What are we talking about?
Innocent
police. Oh.
Tell us.
Oh. No. She says, oh. I always see Trusty, and I always picture Trusty as a good boy. Good boy Trusty. Innocence, pureness, butterflies, rainbows, that kind of thing.
Butterfly in the sky.
Chasing after balloons, innocently. Brian is a pure angel, right? Says Mark Dell.
Take a look. Sorry.
How funny. Sierra's like, no! Innocent my butt. So, Art of Fighting 3, this is the next one in this series. This one was SNK's answer to Street Fighter 3. At the time, Street Fighter 3 had come out, and they were making... they wanted to make a game with several frames of animation. Tons of frames. Because Street Fighter 3 had a lot. So SNK is like, we can do that and probably add more frames. And they did. There were way more frames of animation, I believe, in this Art of Fighting game. And then they did the same thing with Mark of the Wolves, which was, I think, further to solidify that whole, like, we can do these games just as good kind of thing. Mackenzie says, hey, Saru and Jesse, just curious, what do you guys think killed the original SNK? So, I think what happened with SNK is that they got left behind. SNK was primarily a company that was a pixel-based 2D game manufacturer in an era that started to transform into a 3D gaming landscape, especially in America. We really embraced like the 3D stuff, and we wanted more of the 3D stuff, and we didn't want to see the that was the impression, is that a lot of people didn't want to see the 2D the 2D games anymore, because they attributed 2D pixel hand-drawn animation as old. So back in the late 90s, early 2000s, whenever people saw 2D based games, they attributed that to old-timey games. So in America, we started to stray away from that. So that was a big thing as well. SNK didn't really embrace the 3D. And when they finally decided that they were going to start doing 3D, they went with an effort that was too much money for them, that required too much research and development, instead of because they were trying to make their own thing again, because that was super successful with the NEO-GEO. So let me explain. The NEO-GEO for the arcade, this is a NEO-GEO MVS kit, right? If you were an arcade operator, this is what you got from SNK to change out your arcade boards. They did it was a cartridge-based system. Arcades back in the day had complete boards that you had to pull out. These were these boards, the equivalent for those types of boards, your JAMA boards or whatever other proprietary boards, STV or whatever, right? This was SNK's answer to that, was these cartridges here. These are called MVS, Multi-Video System. It was incredibly lucrative for SNK in a huge way for many, many years. So when 3D started coming around, they decided that they were going to start putting together a 3D system that was like this cartridge-based and it ended up being way too much money for them in R&D. Nobody really paid attention to it. When arcades started getting them, they looked kind of crap compared to other 3D games that were out at the time. That was the Hyper NEO-GEO 64. The Hyper NEO-GEO 64 was a huge flop, which I think really hammered the nails on the coffin for SNK. But really at that time, it was just a bunch of different decisions that were just not good for SNK. They started to lose their share in the fighting game market because everybody else started making fighting games at the time as well. Capcom was starting to put out a bunch of 3D stuff. A bunch of other companies were jumping into the foray. You had Arc System Works started making fighting games at the time. You had things like Guilty Gear making its way to the masses. And so SNK fell on hard times. They started running out of money. They started to contract other companies to try to make the King of Fighters games, like Korean company Eolith had to jump in at the end to try to help them make money or make the new King of Fighters games. When they started to really fall to their worst, a company called Aruze, which is a company that is involved in pachinko and gaming, which is funny because that company exists here in Las Vegas as well, because of the gambling that we have here. So Aruze bought into SNK and was like, hey, we'll buy into the company, we'll get you out of this, but we're going to start putting out pachinko games and whatever. They ended up getting rid of all of SNK staff. They started remarketing SNK to start releasing pachinko games, and basically they ran the company. They didn't run it into the ground, but they ran it in a completely different direction. And the only reason why SNK came back is because this same pachinko company decided that they were going to start using SNK intellectual properties with their pachinko games, something that they did not have permission to do. And it's hilarious because the original founder of SNK actually ended up taking them to court and suing them for using their intellectual properties in their gambling machines and their pachinko games. And that's how they ended up coming back to market. But before they did that, they separated. The founder of SNK created a company called SNK Playmore, which was kind of the rebirth of SNK. And they continued with SNK Playmore while they were suing the shit out of Aruze for the use of their intellectual properties. And that's how SNK ended up coming back into the foray with video games again. And nowadays, SNK still remains in business, but that's only because of different... they're doing market shares, right? A lot of market shares are being sold. A lot of companies... Liao Yu, a Chinese company, had bought a huge majority of their shares and pumped tons of money into SNK. So now SNK is back. They're back to doing great stuff, big time games. And this Chinese company helped them out for a few years up until recently, where they sold a large portion of their shares to who was it? The Prince of who's that one country with shoot, I don't want to be Trusty Boots donated $5 more for the goal. The Sarus and the McFluffs are the best, says Trusty Boots. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You guys are awesome. We can't really see what the amount is, can we? Because
yeah, Saudi Arabia's crown prince buys 1/3 stake in gaming.
Yes, the Saudi Arabia crown prince is the person who bought into. Is that correct?
Doesn't look like it. It looks like we messed up
the thing?
the thing.
Here, let's do this. Oh, you can't. Can you do it this way? Oops. Oh no, what did I do? What did I move? This one? Oh, I thought you could move that.
I thought so too.
Alright, well, that's okay. We can just see in here. Were they super chats or... No, they were
No,
these.
yeah.
These here.
So here, I'll get a piece of paper. Go after, it was 440. After, Mackenzie. So go.
But yeah, so SNK ended up suing the crap out of Aruze, and they came back. It's just crazy, man. Like what they went through, it's insane. And I could go into further with that, but I won't because I feel like I'm talking way too much and nerding out way too hard. But yeah, we can go into all of the stupid details. Let's see here. How far is the goal movement? I know Jesse's gonna redo it.
460-69.
460-69. The rest is 69. Okay, so maybe just put mini goal.
Yeah, just put.
What's that? What's going on?
Oh, damn it.
Trancher says, with your vast knowledge of gaming history, have you ever considered doing a complete history type episodes? The problem is that I don't have the time to do it. You know what I mean? Because like video editing takes a long time. That's why if you look at the beginning of my channel, I used to do a lot of like little videos, but they're just super time consuming, so it's hard. But yeah, I can do a lot of these types of things. There's a lot of subjects that haven't been talked about either that I could likely get into. What does it say? Go up.
Mini goal plus prize.
Yeah. Can you do plus pies at symbol 100?
I just don't want to put too much.
Like this.
You don't want to put too much. Okay.
There we go. That should do it. Hopefully.
Ah.
You didn't do the thing!
No!
You dumb. You're fired. Get out
Damn
of here.
it. Okay.
Oh, we just got another one. Mark donated $9. He says nice. Oh, so now it's $469.69.
Okay.
Click there so you can.
469. 69.
69.
Okay.
69. Nibby. Did you see? Nibby? I wrote Nibby.
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 Hello, I want to hear more, says Sasquatch in time.
Sasquatch is here!
Rick Corinne says, nah, I want to hear. Keep going. Mark Dale says, I love nerding. What are we at now for donos? 469.
We're at 469.69 thanks to Mark's.
Oh, no, wait. That's amount goal.
Oh, okay, copy that.
So,
Yeah.
copy this.
It's there.
Control C.
There you go.
Type in 900.
No.
Sorry. No. Sorry.
There you go.
All right. So,
12,
remind me.
12.
Dash
20, 22. And then you have to scroll down. There you go. There you go.
There we go.
There we go. Mini goal plus Plaza at 100, meaning every 100. Is there any other than NEO-GEO and SNK that you have this much passion for? Yeah, PC Engine. PC Engine and NEO-GEO mainly are the two that I can talk your ears off. Let's get 669.69. Says Matthew.
And leave it at that.
And leave it there. That's funny. All right. That was the Art of Fighting series. I don't even know how I got into the SNK tangent. Oh, because Mackenzie had asked me about what I thought was the reason that SNK went under.
Should we do Gachapon goal?
Yeah, let's do Gachapon. All right, we're going to do Gachapon. Oh, by the way, before we do that, though, let me show you this. This is a special edition. I try to get, like, all the special editions for NEO-GEO CD. This one is the special edition of Art of Fighting. This one here came with fancy box. And in this box, there's, like, a hardback, hardcover art book. Right here. This is the hardcover art book for Art of Fighting 3. It's got a bunch of art, mainly a bunch of Shinkido art. He's the artist that draws everyone that looks like George Clooney. Everyone has like George Clooney face with him for some reason. And this one comes with Robert's coin. Robert's coin, when you play with Robert, one of his winning poses is like he like turns around and shows you his butt and he flips his coin. That's his thing. This is his coin that he flips right there. That's supposed to be the coin that he flips when he wins. And it's so funny too because I bought this in A2 Japan.
I remember that day.
The clerk was so nice. He like looked through. He opened it and he's like, "There's no coin in here." And so he went and grabbed all of the copies and started going through all of them to find the one that had the coin. I was like, "Ah, that's customer service right there." But yeah, he went through all the copies looking for one that had the coin. This one also came with stickers. That's that one girl. I don't know what the fuck her name is. Here's one with Robert and his coin, or George Clooney and his coin. Like I said, they all look like George Clooney to me. And then a bunch of stickers.
It's funny because his coworker was like upset or something. Remember?
His coworker, yeah, looked annoyed that he was like looking through all of them. It's like, fuck you, the guy's being nice.
Chili Willy BK says, I have that special edition. I got lucky with getting Robert's coin. That's awesome. And welcome.
Welcome, Chili Willy.
Chili Willy.
Chili Willy.
My Chili Willy. Is there a Robert's butt version too?
Right? Where it's just Robert's butt. But yeah, I actually think I have 2 copies of this because one of them came in here.
We got 50 people in here. Thanks for stopping by, guys.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in, everybody.
Do they look like George Clooney? Does he look sugar?
Like George Clooney's butt. But that was the special edition. Alright, we're going to do a giveaway now. Giveaway. 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 Alright. And then after this, I want to get into... We're going to get into... Right now, we're going through all of the main series, like the first games in the series. I'm going to get into... The next series I'm going to get into is one that you guys probably all are likely expecting. But we're going to do a giveaway now. Meow! Next crowd in here says Mark Doe. Alright, so we're going to do a giveaway. Hopefully we can do it quickly before...
It's already ready. Right there.
Oh, sweet. Alright. Is that our winner?
Yep.
Our winner! The winner for this Gachapon giveaway is Mark Dell. Mark Dell is the winner. He is Sarupro, so you get to pick whether you want the Gachapon or the wheel. The Wheel of Doom. You get to pick. Neil Nakahoto is here. Welcome, Neil. He says you should do a history book on the NEO-GEO with your vast knowledge, says Neil.
Is Mark Dell here?
Mark Dell, yes, he is here. He says, wow.
Sorry.
He's like, he's right.
Sorry.
Yay, Mark. I don't know why I said it like that. I was reading Sweet Like Sugar's thing.
Wheel is a good one, right?
Oh, sugar.
Yeah, Wheel is a good one.
Yeah. Wheel has all the prizes. Wheel has all the things you can win. You can win a copy of FX no Yuki. Big prize, which you get to pick out of the thing of big prizes. $10 gift card, Saru Charm. $5 gift card, Saru Charm. $10 gift card, Saru Charm. Lot of $10 gift cards.
$20 gift card.
Ooh, a $20 gift. That's new, huh?
Yep.
That's new. That's new. Ah, I was wrong. I donated $1.01. You had to make it. Oh, now it's $4.70.
This is that 70 show. Laugh my ass off.
That 70 show. Nice, Mark. Yes, Mark, you are the winner. The winner.
The winner. Yeah, he
the
picked
winner.
He says, "I'll do the wheel." Okay. Oops.
Oops. Clicking on all the things.
I know.
All right, let me move this shit right here. All right, we're just gonna put this right here. I'm gonna point the camera down so you can see. Ba-bam! There we go. All right, here we go, Mark Dell. Let's see here. Chili Willy says, "Hey Maru, did you jump on the limited run game pre-orders of 94.95 vinyl set. I don't have any way to play vinyls, unfortunately. So I don't buy vinyls. I never really got into the whole vinyl craze. Even though people want us to make a vinyl of FX Unit Yuki, which I'm supposed to be doing soon. Except I have to make a bunch of jacket artwork and stuff, and right now I just don't have the time to do it. But a vinyl of FX Unit Yuki is coming for anyone who is curious.
Spin, spin, spin.
All right, here we go. Mark Dell, this is your spin. Good luck. Let's see what it lands on. Boop, boop, boop. $5 gift card. Mark Dell, he gets a $5 gift card to something, whatever you want. What is it?
Amazon, it's Amazon
or PSN, right?
Or PSN, yeah.
Because Nintendo doesn't offer $5 gift cards, so you get to pick whichever one of those you want.
Just message me, Mark Dow.
Message Jesse. LRG are doing, and we're almost to another giveaway. Actually, LRG are doing KO for 94.95 CDs for those who do not have record players. Oh, I should probably get them. Sounds interesting. All right. The next series that we're going to get into here, Amazon PSN or drugs.
Always pick drugs.
Although $5 of meth isn't a whole lot. All right. The next big series that SNK put out that was pretty lucrative for them and a favorite amongst a lot of other people. And another one where they did something unique once again is the Samurai Showdown Samurai Spirits series. This here is the first Samurai Showdown game. This was my introductory to weapon fighting games. I want to say it was the first weapons fighter because it was the first one I played. I'm not 100% certain, but I feel like it is because I was around during this time. So I remember most of the stuff, but I don't know. I could be wrong. But that was a unique thing to add to the one-on-one fighters was the weapon system. You were able to lose your weapons in this game as well. And you were also able to engage in these weapon battles of strength, where the person who had the quickest trigger finger usually won in these instances right here. And they would just go back and forth with each other with the weapon. You just had to like push it really, really fast. Elvis Rose says $5 de mota. Hey, that'll get you a little nuggy. That'll get you a little nuggy to get you by. So this one here, Samurai Showdown, it says 12 weapons, some other shit. This game was revolutionary in the fact that it introduced weapons to the one-on-one fighting game genre. And this also used the scaling that I was talking about with the Art of Fighting games. The Art of Fighting games used that scaling. This used that scaling as well, but it did it in a much smoother fashion than the Art of Fighting games did. The scaling in this, they tweaked it a little bit more, and it was much more smoother scaling. It wasn't so sudden. Because in Art of Fighting, it was pretty sudden, like they'd zoom in and out pretty quickly. This one wasn't as sudden. Though Art of Fighting on PC Engine was headache-inducing, how sudden the transition was. You can slice your opponent and they start bleeding anime style. Yeah, that was another thing in this game, is if you dealt a heavy blow, you have like different slashes, right? Like you have like light slash, heavy slash, and then you have your hard slash, which was like 2 of the slash buttons. If you ended a round with that heavy slash on a character, it was pretty much guaranteed that you would cut them in half in the game. In the Japanese version, you'd cut them in half, a bunch of blood would come out, and Jesse's eating snacks. But in this game, yeah, you saw a lot of that. Or you had like, they would do like moves where they would hit them and like a single spurt of blood would just come out and then they would die. So yeah, it was pretty crazy for the time. But really great game. Excellent game. People were pretty ecstatic for this game. I got a question for Sarumaru for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighter Pass Volume 1, 2. Which second SNK franchise rep do you like to see join the roster for Fatal Fury? For Fatal Fury's Terry Bogard. I think that if they were to add another character, it should be someone iconic like Kyo Kusanagi or Iori from the King of Fighters series. I think one of those two characters would be great for Smash, I think. Personally, I would want Athena Asamiya, but I mean, it's possible if they ever do it again, but I doubt it. But if they did do it again, yeah, it would have to be either Kyo or Iori, because those would be the most realistic in my eyes as far as fans are concerned. I think that those would be like the two like SNK characters, or Haomaru. Haomaru from Samurai Shodown would also be pretty iconic, I think.
Put Bonk and Smash.
Put Bonk and Smash.
The referee with red flags was amazing to see during the fight too. So Sasquatch.
Yeah, that was also really cool. The referee's name was Kuroko, or well, I mean that's what they're called. The stagehands were always called Kurokos, right? They're like dressed in that like black garb. That's what those were called. They were theater stagehands. So, in Japan, like kabuki theater, that's how they used to dress back in the day. If you were a theater stagehand, you dressed like those like ninja-looking guys. That's what theater stagehands dressed like, and they were called Kurokos, I think. And I think that's why that character's name is Kuroko. But yeah, that was pretty cool how they had the referee system. But anyway, this was pretty revolutionary. It slowly started to garner fans. Or actually, I'm sorry, it quickly started to garner fans, the Samurai Shodown series. And the next one that people went crazy over was Samurai Shodown 2, or in Japan, it was called Shin Samurai Spiritsu, which is New Samurai Spirits. This one, people went apeshit over when this came out. It introduced a bunch of characters. They did a bunch of tweaks to the gameplay. The graphics got way better in this version. The graphics were really good. Chester Cheeto in Smash, says Martino. Graphics got really, really good in this one. And this is a favorite amongst many fans of this series. This one remains a favorite in a lot of series fans, is this one. Just because it was so remarkable. I remember when this came out, I was going to school here in Vegas. I came to school here in Vegas for a semester, because I'm from Los Angeles, and that's where I went to school at. But me and my mom, my biological mom, had a huge blowout, and I had to move here because of some craziness. So when I used to ditch school, oh, we got another donation. He says, bring Mai and Felicia to Smash Bros. In their purest form. Yes, that means I want Felicia. That would never happen. Nintendo would never, ever allow that. I don't think they would ever allow such a thing. Oh shoot, Elvis Roa with the 3030 donation. Thank you so much, Elvis Roa.
He says, "Do you want the sex?" Still my favorite story of the channel. That mask.
You wanted the sex. Those are old time Saru stories from back in the day. You should tell the
story. There's a lot of people in here that don't know that story.
The Osaka stories.
So. Who wants to hear that story? Raise their hand.
I mean, like, most people know that story, right? Do you want the sex? Most of you are from the old video game Show and Tell Live. Most of you people. Elvis Roa, do you have enough for the rest of the class, Jesse McCullough? Yeah.
No.
You don't. No, Jesse doesn't share. Jesse doesn't like to share.
Just one.
Jesse, yeah, just one. You
tell a story. I love story time. Yay.
I love story time. Yay.
I know
it. Tell it for the new class, says Reluctant Hero. So me and Jesse, right? We made it, like, we would go to Japan every year, pretty much. COVID was the first year we didn't get to go to Japan. What is going on? What is this?
I don't know. It's fucking annoying.
I know. Next one. Next game. One. You're getting to like ending. No, next okay. Game.
Gotcha.
You're getting to like ending music. Just come back.
Back?
Go back to the world.
Oh.
King of Fighters. Oh, never mind. I guess just type in King of Fighters 96.
It's probably right here.
But it's not.
Right
here. Is that a range? It is good. No, play the title. We gotta start from the beginning.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I like the title. Yes, we wanted the sex story.
Okay, go.
All right, so me and Jesse always went to Japan, pretty much every year, sometimes twice a year. When we go to Japan, we go to Osaka, right? Osaka is like kind of like a more like seedier place in Japan, or people consider it to be seedier. I love Osaka; it's great, but there's like a lot of like massage parlors, you know, disguised as, or like sex workers disguised as girls for massage parlors. And we were walking in Namba. This was at like what, like 2:30 in the morning or something. We were already drunk, right?
Around there. Yeah,
We were looking for food, and I think we ended up at that Matsuya that night.
No, we dropped off Beck.
Oh yeah, that's right. We dropped off Beck because she got too drunk.
Yeah, she got too drunk. You dropped her off. We got to go back to the karaoke.
Yeah, and we were walking back to the karaoke place where we were already drunk by this point though. And we're like walking, and this lady starts following us, right? And we're just talking to each other, me, Jesse, and was Sam with us too?
No.
Who
Sam
was with
stayed.
us? I feel like someone else was with us.
No,
Was it just you and me?
Just you and me.
So it was just me and Jesse. We were talking to each other. We were talking about, you know, our friend getting drunk and whatever. And we were going back to the thing. And we were just talking about events that were happening. And this lady starts following us. And she walked up to me and she's like, Osan, Osan. And that's old. First off, she was calling me old man in Japanese. I'm like, this bitch looked ragged. But she was like, old man, old man. And I was like ignoring her. And she's like, do you want a massage? 3,000 yen. Do you want a massage? 3,000. She kept following us. She follows for like a block. And she's like, old man, massage for 3,000 yen. And I'm just ignoring her, right? Because like, I just didn't want that sort of massage.
I didn't know what was happening.
He didn't know what was happening. Jesse was
speaking in Japanese.
Yeah, she was speaking Japanese at the time. And out of nowhere in English, she gets close to my ear and she goes, do you want to have sex? What? I'm like, I was like, no, thank you. I'm good. That's my favorite part. Old man. I know. Like, old man. This lady she was like, I don't know, she's close to 50 or in her 50s. I don't know. She looked like she was ridden pretty hard, right? And, you know, she's just like, massage. She's like, you want massage? 3,000 yen, massage 3,000 yen. And then she's like, do you want other sex? I'm like, excuse me.
I need an adult.
I was like, no thanks. And they were like,
You're like, walk faster.
Like, walk faster. We're just like walking off really fast, laughing at each other at the time.
And me is like, what the fuck is going on?
And Jesse's like got short. He's short and little feet, right? So it's like the pitter patter of small feet. And he's wondering what's going on here. And I'm just trying to run away from this lady accosting me for the sex for 3,000 yen. You know, that's how it starts.
He was ready to rockstar his world.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? And like, she came out of nowhere. She like came out of like an alley. Like we were like walking, and then this like, you know, she's all hookered up. She like comes out of the alley, and she's like, hell man. I'm like, first off, that's not how you're gonna get my attention, Missy. Not by calling me old man. But it's like kind of like those are terms of endearment. Like, I guess, you know, right? Because, like, it's like you call, you know, someone an osan, like you're the younger girl calling someone, like, daddy, right? But, like, if she was, like, 25 and she was calling me osan, okay, I would have been all right with that. But she was, like, well into her, I don't know, late 40s, early 50s. It was dark. I was drunk. Who knows? But if I was able to see that she was kind of already, like, you know, ridden hard and I was drunk, who knows what she would look like in like bright light, you know what I mean? 3,000 yen is a good price. It would have been a good price if it was all inclusive. I think 3,000 yen was just for the massage. And I'm guessing, I don't know, massage, happy ending massage.
She was calling you Big Papi in Japanese.
Yeah.
Hey, don't sorry.
She was calling you Big Papi.
She
Welcome, bean soup.
Probably had to make sure you weren't the cops.
But it's just funny though. It was at the time it was just weird and out of nowhere. Rick Ren says, "Yo, Saru," shaking my head, wow. But it was just it was just so random. It's such a random thing. Because, like, we weren't even in, like, the red light district. We were just in Namba trying to get back to the karaoke place, which we couldn't, I couldn't even, it was, you remembered. I couldn't. I was drunk. I was like, I don't know where we're going.
You made a left. I was like, no, there's two.
I know.
It's too close. So let's go that way.
I didn't even know, because it was in, like, a shady-ass building. Do you remember when we first got there?
Scary. I was like,
it was like,
we're going to get murdered.
It looked, that building was, first off, it did not look like a building that would have, like, active businesses. The place was nice, right? Like, the karaoke bar it's, like, run by this American guy, and it was a really cool place. And it was just really chill. It was more like an American karaoke place, you know, where you go and everyone's just, like, singing at the bar, open. Oh, Jeff Allison. Welcome, Jeff Allison. He done $19. He says, I love that story. Not quite 3,000 yen, but close enough, says Jeff Allison. Thank you, Jeff Allison. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's the old Saru crew stories right there. And what I mean, like, the old Saru crew were, like, the people who used to, like, come to the show in the beginning, right? We're talking about VGST Volume 1, before we transformed it into SARUSHOW. You could hear it.
Because Rachel says, why does Sarah get mad when I call her old lady then? Sarah's like, you literally call me old. And then Francis is like, you can hear that, Sarah? Dem old ears.
We need old man Saru Chibi Charm now. It says,
yes.
It says, no, because no one will buy them. There's still Saru Charms. You can still get Saru Charms.
Ruin Your Tokyo Charm.
Oh, do you guys remember Ruin Your Tokyo? That's another old Saru Crew story, is the Ruin Your Tokyo story. Elvis Roa says, abuelo, ¿quieres mi panocha caliente la mao? Maybe if, like, if she was younger, I could have been convinced. But, like, this girl will... Oh, there's Mackenzie's donation. Thank you so much. You can lower the volume on the actual page itself, by the way, for the music. Oh, you already did?
Yeah.
Okay, you can make that louder.
Louder, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, like...
There you go.
Okay. Sasquatch says, yes, Saru being chased by prostitute charm.
$10.
That was going to be a shirt, actually.
Yeah, it was going to be a shirt for Elvis Roa.
Yeah. Should I... Like... I don't know if that's still a thing, though. Like, if I should still do that.
Stupid Jack.
Radrex and Stupid Jap Jack. That's where the Ruin Your Tokyo story is. Stupid Jap Jack. That's so funny, though. It was so random, too. That whole night was so weird, too. Do you remember, like, we were going into that building, and, like, that... First off, it looked abandoned, and the elevator opened, and, like, a gaggle of, like, Japanese gays came out, and the one, like, really twinky one was, like, circled me and, like, looked at me all creepy and walked away. I'm like, what's going on? It's so weird. Why did he twirl around me like that? It was such a weird night. I don't think I told them that part, right? Or did I?
No, you didn't.
I didn't tell them about the gaggle of Japanese gays. It was so random. That day was crazy. It was actually probably one of the funnest nights I had in Japan, though.
Yeah, because
right.
It's funny
because it was weird, but it was fun.
Then we went to the bar. It looked like we just got in a room, like a random house room, and started
singing karaoke. And there was like a bar. It was like dimly lit. There was like this 70-year-old man singing Dragon Ball.
Oh, yeah,
you remember?
He was
not like singing any of the words. He was just kind of like, and like every other word. He was drunk. He was super drunk. But it was so funny. I wonder what compelled this 70-year-old man to start singing Dragon Ball.
And we were singing it, and then
yeah, Jesse was singing this. He was singing along with it.
It's funny because there was like people in the bar and other people around too. You start singing in Japanese, and everyone's like
looking at me all weird.
Like, oh my god, like you're going crazy.
Which was weird because like there's lots of people who are foreign who sing in Japanese at karaoke places, but these people, I imagine everyone was just drunk and they were impressed with the fat foreigner singing in Japanese.
And then you picked a Korean song. And you started singing Korean.
I started singing Korean,
and everyone started like, "Holy shit!"
Half of the room was like, "What the fuck?" And like the other half of the room was like, "What, he sings in Korean too?"
Yeah.
Because they had Korean songs. I was like, I know this song. I'm gonna play it. What did I say? The Blackpink.
I think it was
Blackpink song.
And it's funny because the bartender's like, you know Korean too?
I know. Oh yeah, because the bartender was English speaking guy. He's like, you sing Korean too?
That's funny.
Yeah. And then Sam dropped his pants and
Oh,
started
yeah,
singing. Do you
Sam-
remember? I guess it was like some tradition for him in Japan or with a song. And his friend was like, hey, you got to put your pants back on, buddy. Yeah, our friend dropped his pants and started singing a song. And I still don't know the story to that. I guess him
He
and
told the story.
Oh, he did.
Where him and his best friend, every time they sing a song, they pull their pants down.
Oh,
It's a tradition.
That's right. I think him and his best friend Andy was saying, right?
And then he was crying too, or something. No.
No.
That was someone else.
That was crying. That was someone else. It was a
mind.
weird night that night.
Oh.
It was such a weird night, dude. It was so funny though. Like it was hilarious. It was a really fun time though. It was a fun time.
And then we ended with gyudon, right? Was
Yes,
it gyudon?
because we were fucking smashed by the time we got. And the guys like looking at us like fucking drunks. Like you know that they get drunk people all the time, right? I didn't feel bad because there was one guy whose face was like right on the bar of the.
Yeah,
we went to Matsuya. So in Japan has this chain of gyudon shops called Matsuya, which I love. I love these cheap little beef bowl places, right? Where you go and you get a beef bowl for $4, delicious. And when you're drunk, it's like the best like drunk food. And we were just like smashed. And I remember going in there. I remember standing in front of the thing, right? I'm like, what do I want? I'm like, what do you want? And you were like, what do you want? I don't know. What do I want? And we were like in front of the thing forever. And then we finally got our ramen, or not our ramen, our beef bowl, and we ate it, and we felt better after that. But I remember when we got there, we were completely smashed. Adventures in Japan. Yeah, usually when we go to Japan, we go live too. We did lives from Japan. I guess some of you would probably still remember when we did like our live shows in Japan. We'll be going again, I think in November is when we're going to try to go. Hopefully Japan is open by then. You think they would be, right? They're already getting the vaccine. But November is when we're going to try to go back to Japan. So we're going to do lives from there. We'll try to go live from one of the bars, too, if we can. It'll be, like, completely different time here, though. So we'll see how it works out. But we'll try to go live from... We went live from the karaoke place.
Oh, yeah.
But that went on Facebook. So next time we do it, it'll go on the Sarumaru Facebook, which is just... facebook.com/SarumaruFB. That's my Facebook page. You can go there. We'll probably do the karaoke thing from there because of copyright content. Ooh, I hope so that I can see Jesse and Saru live in Japan, says Matthew Roach.
I know our last live we did was in Australia, remember? I mean, internationally.
We went to Australia and then we went... No, it was Japan.
Oh, it was Japan. You're right. It was Australia, then Japan.
Yeah, we went to Australia, and then the very next month we went to Japan. And we did live from there too. Night peeps. Brian Trusty, are you in it? He says, I gotta go to bed. Best show yet. Always getting better. See you later, Sarus and McFluffs. Thank you so much for stopping by, Trusties. The Trusties, the best Trusties. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Reminds me when I left a yakiniku restaurant in Kabukicho, completely drunk in my motel in Shinjuku. Man, in Kabukicho is like super aggressive, man. Like with the people trying to get you to do things, you know, like what are those people that try to do it? Do they usher you?
The Nigerians?
They're from the Nigerians. They're like usually like big, huge, young Nigerian guys trying to get you, and he's like, hey man, you like fun? Like the one guy's like you want fun? You want fun?
Us, like,
yeah, and they're
towards...
like ushering us, like two of them, right? Big guys, and they're like ushering us. It's like, hey, you want to go drink? And then the one guy's like, hey, brother, you like pussy?
Yeah, that's what he said. I was like, what the fuck?
That was your first experience in Japan. He hadn't slept. He was tired as shit. I slept on the plane because I was like, fuck that, man. We're gonna get to Japan at like midnight. You know, I don't want to be super tired. Jesse was crazy tired, super tired. And that was Jesse's first Japan experience was Kabukicho in Shinjuku. So for those of you who don't know, Kabukicho is the red light district in Shinjuku in Japan, in Tokyo. And a lot of stuff happens there after dark as well in Kabukicho. And that was That was Jesse's first experience. What is going on? What was that? GT Breakerman donated 2069. 69. We gotta stick with the 69.
This is karaoke time.
69 karaoke time. Says GT Beakerman. That's awesome. That GIF is hilarious. That whatever.
I know.
The little person. What's politically correct nowadays? Ha ha ha! What was that? Says Recorrens. I know that GIF is hilarious. Randrick says I never had any problem in Kabukicho. Nigerian guys are in Roppongi. They're there too. They're in Roppongi. They're in Kabukicho. They're in Golden Gai. Last time we went, it was funny because the first time we went to Golden Gai, we didn't experience that, and then the second time we went to Golden Gai, there was a bunch of those Nigerians trying to usher people into different bars in Golden Gai. And whenever we go to Golden Gai, it's because we're the Kid Shoryuken. Kid Shoryuken really likes that. There's a heavy metal bar that he really likes there. In Golden Gai, and we've been there twice already to that bar, and we've been to Golden Gai 3 times. How many times have we been to Golden Gai?
3 times.
3 times,
yeah,
right?
3 times.
But 2 of those times were for that bar, the metal bar, the heavy metal bar. Now we need another $29, says Mark Dell. If someone came up to me and says, do you like pussy? And didn't take me to a cat cafe, I'd be disappointed. We did a cat cafe because the girl I used to live with in Australia, she came with us to Japan on the Do You Want the Sex trip, and she wanted to go to a cat cafe in Harajuku, so we ended up going. It was cute, super cute. I wouldn't have gone otherwise to one of those had she not wanted to go. So it was cool.
It was cute, but actually sad.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, because like they're like
the cat. You see one cat trying.
I know,
trying to go
nervous.
Back.
There was one cat who was nervous, and he was trying to go back inside. It was like, oh, poor nervous kitty. Sierra Trusty says, bye, Saru and Jesse and chat.
And Rachel
Hope
too.
you have a good night. And Rachel as well. Thank you for stopping by. It says, good night for me too. Great channel. Thank you, TT McGee. That is the trusty sister. Sister Trusty. We have Sister Trusty, Bussy Trusty, and Trusty Trusty. Thank you all for stopping in tonight. I really appreciate it. You guys were 3 people in the chat, which is awesome. Good night, you guys. Oh, Matthew Rush donated $20. Oh my God, $29, $5.69.69.
I love cat cafe, but cats would have to be well treated.
They are. They're well treated. They're well treated. They're fed. They're all fat. They look beautiful.
Yeah, they're all beautiful.
The problem is that like one cat was like really nervous, and it was kind of sad. You can tell that that she was anxious. The cat was anxious. She didn't want to be with the humans, and she was at the thing like tapping at the door because she didn't want to be out. And I was like, oh no, kitty, so sad.
Mark Dust says, if someone came up to me and says, do you like pussy, and didn't take me to the cat cafe,
that's what
that's what you wrote.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, the cat cafe.
Laugh my ass off. Wow, this is Stadium Arts. Welcome, Stadium Arts.
Was he here? He was here.
Was he? Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
He was here earlier.
Well, unwelcome. Just kidding.
Unwelcome and re-welcome. We have a cat cafe here in Edmonton. If you want, you can adopt a cat.
That's cool.
That is cool.
Beautiful chub cats.
Cats. I know, they were so cute. The cats, they were like super cute, super clean. They smelled nice. Like they were like, they were all fancy cats. You can tell. And there was one cat that, like, she was like the fucking queen of the bunch too, because she was all walking around like she owned the place.
Bananarama says, hey Saru.
Oh my God, Bananarama, long time no see.
Visiting family in Vegas. Can you tell me the name of the game store you go to here in Vegas?
It's called Retro City Games. They are located on Mountain Vista, right off of Russell and Mountain Vista. Retro City Games in Henderson. There are 2. But the one in Henderson is going to probably have more of this kind of stuff that you're going to want to buy. And then the other one is located in, what is that place called?
Town Square.
Town Square, which is off of Las Vegas Boulevard. There are 2 Retro City Games. So if you're going to go with like the family and shopping, you can visit that one as well in Town Square. But if you're going to, like, the better stuff for the hardcore gamers is usually kept on the Mountain Vista store.
He's in Summerlin. Damn.
Who's in Summerlin?
Bananarama.
Oh shit. Damn,
That's
that's a
like
trip
12
for you,
miles
man.
away.
Yeah, it's like 12. It's like 12 miles from where you're at to that store. Good night, Tip McGee.
Randall says, Saru, you probably covered this at some point, but I'm new. Thoughts of the PC Engine Works production games and their announced Magic Engine PC Engine / Sega CD console?
Oof. Okay. Well, so I don't really condone PC Engine Works. I bought the Sapphire reproduction that was PC Engine Works, right? And I have some other ones that were given to me for free back in the day. Nowadays, though, I don't really condone any PC Engine Works. I was able to see past like the repros of games that were no longer being made. I started having issue with PC Engine Works when they started profiting off of games that people were doing fan translations of. That's where I drew the line with PC Engine Works, is when they started making money off of other people's work that was meant to be free, right? Like fan translations. Some people even left the PC Engine scene because PC Engine Works was doing this sort of thing, which is kind of sad, you know, because lots of people are not going to push stuff out because they're afraid that PC Engine Works is just going to rip it off and copy it. So I don't think their retro console is going to be any different. Their Mega Engine, right? I seriously doubt their Mega Engine is going to use any legitimate BIOS files. I'm fairly certain they're going to steal all those BIOS files. They're not going to, you know, they're not going to use like Mednafen or like officially licensed stuff, right? Like the person who made Mednafen, like they had their own BIOS files that they could, if they want, license out. I seriously doubt that they're going to go that route. You know, I mean, their history has been to just steal stuff and reproduce it. They're probably going to steal the BIOS files for this Mega Engine as well. They're probably not going to bother with any of that. So, those are my thoughts on it. My thoughts are they're a pretty scummy operation, and I don't condone it. I don't condone their activities. I could have turned a blind eye if they were simply just making reproductions of games that already were out of print, because I did turn a blind eye at that. You know, like I said, I actually paid money for that Sapphire reproduction. But yeah, I don't condone it really. If you're gonna get a console like that, I would just wait until the Analog Duo. Hopefully they're made in abundance. But yeah, Mackenzie, PC Works is super sketchy. Super sketchy with that stuff. Saru disapproves. very much so. Alright, we went like way off on a tangent. We were talking about Samurai Showdown. Samurai Showdown 2. Crazy, right? Everyone went nutso. Then they released Samurai Showdown 3. I forget what it's called here. In Japanese, it's called Samurai Spirits. Zankuro Musoken, which is Zankuro's the one boss, the war sword, Musoken, war sword of Zankuro, which is the name of the boss of this game. This game introduced a bunch of cool characters. It introduced Nakururu's sister, Rimururu, or Rimrel as they call her here, for I guess that's what Rimururu is? I don't know. But Rimururu and Nakururu... Nakururu, I'm sorry, not Nakururu. Rimururu is the character that introduced Nakururu's sister. They introduced this guy here. Hisame Shizumaru, I think is his name. I love this guy too. He's cool. The new characters that they added are cool. Who the hell is calling me right now? Are you serious? Anyway, Samurai Showdown 3 super awesome. Introduced new characters. This one introduced Gaida, this big guy here. This you can't. There it is. Hunky
Dory.
Hunky meets. He is the nephew of Caffeine Gaida, who is the little old man in Samurai Showdown 2. That's his nephew, and the old man is not there, and it's the nephew. And then Samurai Spirits 4. This was the last Samurai Showdown game to come out of the NEO-GEO CD. Right here. This was the very last of the Samurai Showdowns. After this, no more NEO-GEO CD Samurai Showdown games, because this was at the end of the NEO-GEO's life right here. And that's all of the Samurai Showdowns for NEO-GEO CD, unfortunately. Oh, you want... Sorry, I took you.
Okay.
Your soda. Now, let's talk about another company here. Where are the World Heroes games? Can you grab me?
World Heroes?
Yeah, are they here?
I think so. What's the first letter start with?
With a Japanese wa, which you're not going to know what that is.
W, right?
Yeah, W. Oh.
They have everything here. World Heroes.
So, I want to talk about a sister company.
Here we go.
For the NEO-GEO. Sister company 80K, which stood for Alpha Denshi Kikaku, which is Alpha Electric Project, right? SNK was Shin Nihon Kikaku, which is New Japan Project. That's what SNK stands for. Alpha Denshi Kikaku is New Electronics, I think, Denshi? I don't know. But something with the word electric in it. Kikaku Project, or yeah. So SNK, this is 80K World. This pretty much encompasses a bunch of different 80K licenses. But before we talk about that, we want to talk about what 80K was mostly known for. Oh, bring me the ends too, actually.
N, yeah. N, I did 9 super.
Yep. And the ends. N and M.
N and M?
Yep. They had a couple of series. One of the ones that they're really known for, another fighting game franchise that they put together, is the World Heroes series. World Heroes, this, in my opinion, was the first really playable game on the NEO-GEO. It played very, very smoothly, but unfortunately, back in the day, all people attributed this game to was a poor Street Fighter 2 ripoff. But it was fun. I had a lot of fun, and yes, it was. This one was a pretty shameless Street Fighter 2 clone, because you had your like Ryu and Ken characters down to a T with Hanzo and Fuma, the two ninja characters. And I say that because they had a fireball, they had an uppercut, and they had a spin kick, and they were pretty much mirrors of each other when it came to gameplay, with only very slight differences. So it was a pretty shameless Street Fighter 2 clone for the most part, but it was super fun. And 80K would go on and make several other World Heroes games for the NEO-GEO as well, with World Heroes 2. Now, World Heroes, the premise to World Heroes is that they're all like these like international fighters from different times, right? Like you have Hanzo and Fuma, who are like from, feudal Japan, and then you have like this girl here, Ryoko, who is the judo character in this game. She is obviously influenced by Japan's Ryoko Tani. Ryoko Tani was the judo queen in the 1980s. She went on to win a bunch of medals in Japan, in the Olympics. So a lot of Japanese games modeled their judo characters after the real-life Ryoko Tani, who this character, Ryoko, I don't know what her last name is in this game, I forget, or if she even has one. But this Ryoko is based on the real figure Ryoko Tani, down to the hairstyle, actually. This is actually how Ryoko Tani did her hair, the real Ryoko. The game also has other characters too, like Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is in this game as well. His name is just Jay Karn in this game, but it's Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, you have a character named Muscle Power who's obviously supposed to be modeled after Hulk Hogan. Looks very much like Hulk Hogan. You also have Rasputin, of like the Russian fables, the stories of Rasputin. You have Jack. This character is supposed to be based. Focus, please. There's too many reflective things going on for this to focus. But this character in the upper right-hand corner is supposed to be based on Jack the Ripper. And then, I don't know, you have this robot from Germany. I don't know why. Jeanne d'Arc. Jane This is supposed to be Jeanne d'Arc, the female warrior Jeanne d'Arc. Captain Kidd, I don't know if he's supposed to be based on any. Dragon is supposed to be based off of Bruce Lee. So World Heroes is supposed to be based on a bunch of different figures in fighting and what have you.
It's blurry.
All right. Campy is here. He says, "What's up, sorry? What's up, Campy? Welcome, Campy." We got Scruffy RGB is in the house as well. Thank you for stopping in, Scruffy RGB. Let's see who else is here. We got a bunch of people.
Good night, Elvis Roa.
Good night, Elvis Roa. Shangri-La is here. Welcome, bienvenido. He says, "I was playing World Heroes Perfect on the Saturn. 80K is good." Jay Karn, that's his hip hop name. He says Stadium Arts for Genghis Khan. Lol, I know exactly what characters you're talking about, Saru. The Hulk Hogan looking guy with the American flag one piece he wears in the game. Yep, he's supposed to be like the Hulk Hogan type character. Let's see here. Speaking of fighting games, I love crossover fighters like MVC vs. Capcom 2, Capcom vs. SNK 2. What would you think of an indie dev versus crossover title using characters like Yuki, Zara from Xenocider, Gordian from Gunlord, etc., and Sydney Hunter? We were just talking about this very same thing, Randall, with Arcade Games. Russ, I don't know if Arcade Games, Russ, are you still here? We were just talking about this on Alucard's channel. Alucard was streaming earlier today, and somebody had mentioned, Brandon Wallace had mentioned Yuki versus Sydney Hunter, and then I think Super Boo was saying that it would be cool to have like a Smash type of game, and we were all talking about it, so that would be cool. I would include Sydney Hunter in that as well, but that would be awesome. Yeah, we were talking. Isn't that Mugen? Says Mark Dell. No, like an actual game. I'm sure NG Dev Team and HughCast would be down, says Randall. We were just talking about that with Arcade Games, that there should be like a game with like all these different characters from indie properties, right? In a single game. It would be cool to pull, you know, all of our resources together to make something. And I would just like to see it come to light. I would help out in any way with that sort of thing. I would help out with any sort of, with anything I can do. Marketing, I'm crazy at marketing this kind of stuff. I mean, we had a really successful Kickstarter with FX Unit Yuki. You know, I made sure everybody knew that we were making that when we did it. Like actually press titles for Dreamcast, NEO-GEO CD, etc. Oh yeah, for sure. Got the characters from Xenocrisis too. Yeah. Dude, the characters from Xenocrisis. It would be cool to have the little wolf thing. What's it? I think his name is Link. I forget the character from Tanglewood. That's one that I backed on Kickstarter. It would be cool. There's lots of games too now coming out, like indie stuff. Josh Prod, they put out a lot of those indie games too. Like I'm sure a lot of those indie people would be down for that. I would be 100%. I would be down for such an indie game with a brawler or a beat 'em up or something like that, right along those lines, where you could incorporate all these different characters. That would be cool. Randall says, yeah, I just got my Dreamcast and PC Engine copies of FX Unit Yuki last month. Thank you so much, Randall. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Very much. Yo, Josh Prod would be down, lol. He loves anything on Dreamcast. Yeah, and they helped us with FX Unit Yuki. They're the people who put FX Unit Yuki on Dreamcast. They helped us with that. Kart Racer. Oh my god, that would be cool. Could you imagine? But a kart racer, but not trash. Yeah, yeah, a kart racer would be cool. Dude, that would be awesome. They could all have like different themed karts, right? Like Yuki's kart can look like Shido, and Sydney's kart can look all like Mayan inspired or whatever. You know what I mean? That would be cool. That would be really cool. Like the Xenocider one could look all like crazy.
Sarah Mark says Nicole just posted a blog posting about the Hyper's NEO-64.
Oh yeah, there was that like missing Hyper NEO-GEO 64 game. I actually didn't read up on. I don't know much about it. I didn't get a chance to read. Make it like F-Zero though. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be rad. Dreamcast is a beast. Yeah, Kart Racer, an indie Kart Racer. That's actually a really good idea. That's actually probably more feasible too, than That's probably more feasible to do than like a fighting game or a beat 'em up of some sort. Even though Josh Prod, Philippe says that beat 'em ups would not be difficult. He's trying to get me set up with a programmer right now to put together like some sort of beat 'em up. I have to like make all the assets and everything, and then he's gonna pair me up with somebody, which would be cool because I can't find a programmer. Our programmer is busy porting Yuki, and he's in the hospital right now. Actually, he just got out of the hospital, so he's dealing with stuff, and I don't have any other programmers. So Josh Prod is gonna put me together with somebody to try to put out my next project, as long as I loop them in, you know, with making the game and stuff. Kart Racer would be really cool. That's a great idea. I agree. Kart Racer would be easier to develop as arcade games.
Good night, Randrick.
Yeah, that would be cool. Good night, Saru, and everyone in the chat. Thank you, Randrick, for stopping in, and have a good night. I'd approach Nicalis. Look at what they've done with Cotton and Umihara Kawase and Cave Story characters. They're already doing that kind of IP crossover thing. Yeah, they did that with Blade Strangers. Blade Strangers had, you know, the characters from Gunvolt and Umihara Kawase and Solange from Coda Princess. The Isaac character. Yeah, they did all of that. I don't know about, like, I don't know that they would be interested in such a thing. I think if it happened with, like, the retro games, it would have to come... I think such a project would have to come from the retro community, and I think getting it on Switch wouldn't be difficult because Josh Prod already does it. Josh Prod's putting stuff out on Switch all the time under their Pixel Heart label, which is also Philippe's. That's all Philippe's stuff. Add Crystal Crisis and Umihara Bazooka. Yeah, I think Nicalis would probably... I don't know that they would be interested in such a thing unless they were releasing that stuff already on the Switch, right? Like if they were already licensing that stuff for individual games, I think that would be the only way that they would be interested. I think if a project like that were to manifest, it would have to manifest from the retro community, who's already putting stuff out for retro consoles, right? So like NG Dev Team, Josh Prod, Collector Vision Games, you know, and then us as well, Retro Somos, all of those different retro suits would probably have to pull their resources together to get it made. But it's definitely a good idea. I'm open to it. I'm sure Collector Vision would be open to it with Sydney Hunter. The programmer for Sydney Hunter is in the chat right now. That's Arcade Games. He programs Sydney Hunter. I'm sure that he can get Collector Vision to say, you know, that it's okay. Arcade Games is also putting together another game. I'm sure that he's got a character that he would want to throw in there as well. Like his Jam Jam character would be cute for a kart racer because his Jam Jam character could just have a jellyfish cart. That would be adorable.
Yeah.
Actually. Could you imagine? Jam Jam in a jellyfish cart? Dude. That would be hilarious. That would be so great. I'm already thinking about it. I should come up with the concept sketches and the plan, and then people can start talking about it. Shangri-La says Studio Saizen Sen. Oh, yeah, that's right. They did like Water. What was that game called? The puzzle game? Water something or another? I don't remember, but I know who you're talking about. I know who they are.
I don't remember.
Oh, wait, no. Studio Saizen Sen is Coda Princess. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of something else. Sorry. That's not who I'm thinking of. Studio Saizen Sen, they did Coda Princess and they did Blaze Strangers and stuff. I'm thinking about another a Chinese pair of brothers who did this water puzzle game for the Dreamcast. I forget what they're called, but I confused them. Can't wait for Jam Jam and Jelly. That's going to be amazing. Dude, the whole... Wind and water puzzle battles. That's what I'm thinking of. And that's not Studio Saizen's End. That's somebody else. My brain is... it's starting to blur things together. But yes, wind and water puzzle battles. That's... I forget what the name of that group is. I'm not sure if they put out anything in recent years. We haven't put out anything. We're still working on ports of FX Unit Yuki. Hey, sorry, you be an unlockable exclusive character on PCE version. Yeah. I don't know that there would be a PCE version if such a thing would come out. I would say Dreamcast, maybe Red Spot Games, says JQ Paul. Oh. Alright, but yes, that would be cool. Sorry, I completely, jumped off track again.
We have so many NEO-GEO games to
I
cover.
know. So anyway, we were talking about 80K in the World Heroes series, right? So the NEO-GEO got all of the World Heroes games that were available. We have World Heroes 2, World Heroes 2 Jet, right, on the NEO-GEO, which is an expansion on World Heroes 2, and then World Heroes Perfect. World Heroes Perfect was the final version of World Heroes. But it did lose things like Deathmatch. Unfortunately, Deathmatch went away in World Heroes Jet, which was sad because I thought that Deathmatch was the one thing that made the World Heroes series unique, is that it had a Deathmatch, right? That was the thing that differentiated it from other fighting games, was its Deathmatch mode. And then they did away with Deathmatch mode, unfortunately, with World Heroes 2 Jet. So then I was like, I kind of lost interest after that. I still enjoyed the other two games, but I enjoyed the fact that there was something different. Cobra Strike Down in series is Saturn, port to Saturn. Impossible. I don't think it's possible to port to Saturn.
Cobra Strike Down, how you feeling?
It wouldn't be smart to port to Saturn, I don't think. Randall says, yes, first complete Sega Saturn indie port, Retro Kart Racers. Yeah, that would be probably too much work to do. Realistically speaking, it would be hard. Or just FX Unit Yuki on Saturn. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would be a thing because of lockout. Whatchamacallit? Anti-piracy measures on the Dreamcast. So I'm not sure that would. Otherwise, we would have seen a bunch of indie stuff already, if it were viable and possible. But we haven't really seen anything in terms of indie games, right, on the Sega Saturn. Saturn is insane to code on. That's another thing too. Is coding on the Sega Saturn is no easy feat. So I don't think it sounds nice, right? But I don't think it's possible. Saturn sounds like a real bear to develop for. It is, because it used two different processors in tandem. So coding for that was just not easy.
Mark said, I remember I tried to make a pixel-looking kart racer a long time ago with voxels. I wanted things to explode in the pixels when they were destroyed and then reform. It didn't go well.
Yeah, so like a satiator, like those options would make it work, but I mean, like, how many like regular people who have like a Sega Saturn has those solutions, right? Like, you have a bunch of people who are not keen on optical drive emulators, you know, who just have Saturn sitting around their house. Like, I seriously doubt they're gonna go out and buy like a satiator or a mode or one of those things to play it. So, but yeah, it would be a fun project, but in terms of time, like, it wouldn't be viable to make something for the Saturn. For many reasons. It's just not possible. Josh Prod is playing with the idea right now. But I don't know how much they've gotten into that, or if they even plan on doing it. But I know they have people who are trying to do stuff, but I'm sure they're going to run into all sorts of things. PC games going forward to Sarupro is the best decision, as you've talked about. Yeah, so we're going with our future games. We're going mostly PC. There is someone, I do have another programmer who's interested in working on different type of FX Yuki project for the PC Engine, but I'm not sure he wants us to talk about that. Yeah, the payout versus time isn't worth it. It's okay. I have a GC though. It doesn't have a GD-ROM. That's okay. I was looking into that recent too, RK. I didn't see any great libs. Oh, the library. Like tool chains, I guess. Perhaps Atari Jaguar, maybe, please. Yeah, probably never. But anyhow, back to 80K. World Heroes was their one fighting game series, right? That they were really known for. But before they did any of that, they did other stuff like Ninja Combat, for one. Ninja Combat is a beat 'em up on the NEO-GEO. It's kind of broken, but I freaking loved this game. And this was before like fighting games started coming out on the NEO-GEO. This game was so cool to me. Graphically, you know, I was a kid. Graphically, it looked great. The sound was great. I remember talking about it with friends. 80K also really enjoyed their ninja stuff. And that's actually one thing that I want to talk about in terms of 80K games. 80K's main characters in the World Heroes series were ninjas because 80K was really into ninjas. And when I say that, Ninja Combat, right? Ninja Combat was like their first like ninja game, and then you had Ninja Commando. Ninja Commando, also put out by sister company 80K, was an awesome run and gun on the NEO-GEO. Really fun game. I'm just telling you, man, 80K loved their ninjas. And then they made another fighting game outside of the World Heroes franchise with ninjas, simply titled Ninja Masters. Ninja Masters on the NEO-GEO CD. This game, on the NEO-GEO in general, right? It was an excellent game. Beautiful pixel art, great characters. Another weapon-based fighting game, similar to Samurai Showdown, minus the scaling effects. Mine? That's not mine.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Man, I'm like losing my voice tonight. Talking at a million miles an hour. But this was an excellent fighting game by 80K. They made a lot of ninja fighting games. Another game, where is that? I need the keys.
I'll take it here.
That's Beat Up My Ninjas and Twinkle Star Sprites. Yes, that's actually the other 80K game I was going to talk about here was Twinkle Star Sprites. This actually did get a sequel on the PS2, which was weird to see a sequel on the PS2. But this got ported to the Sega Saturn as well as the Dreamcast. And I believe the Sega Saturn version is the definitive version of this game, I think. But I have the NEO-GEO CD version. It's the only version of Twinkle Star Sprites that I have. Also developed by SNK. Another game that was developed... I'm sorry, 80K. Another game that was developed by 80K. This one is an exclusive to the NEO-GEO CD. This one is called Oshidashi Jintoriku, or Zintrick. Zintrick is a puzzle game made by 80K, unique to the NEO-GEO CD, I believe. At least I've never seen an MVS version of it officially. But this one is a puzzle game by 80K. And I'll be honest, I'm not too familiar with it. This was a recent purchase in the last few months. I picked this up, I think, on eBay. It was one of the titles that I was missing for the NEO-GEO CD, but that was also by 80K. 80K made a number of games for the NEO-GEO. I'm trying to think what other NEO-GEO games they put out. 80K, there it is. Overtop.
Overtop, yeah.
Overtop is another 80K game. This one was an overhead racing, isometric view racing game by 80K. This one is interesting. I am terrible at these isometric games. I'm so bad at them. But 80K, if it wasn't like 80K put out such a large amount of games. on the NEO-GEO. And this was another one of their games that they put out. Another game that ADK also put out was this game right here. This is called Tsukai Gangan Koshin Kyoku. This was released as Aggressors of Dark Combat, which is the initials ADK. Aggressors, Dark, and Combat with a K. I guess like Mortal Kombat, but they use that name just so that they can work in ADK as its initials, because ADK was the company that made it. But in Japan, it's called Tsukai Gangan Koshin Kyoku. This is an interesting game. It's a free-roaming one-on-one fighting game. I say free-roaming because you get to roam around kind of like you would in a beat-em-up, but it is considered a fighting game. But to me, it's more like a one-on-one beat-em-up kind of thing. The NEO-GEO CD version of this does have like a special bonus mode, like a character mode, a fan mode, I guess, if you will. Don't forget that FX Unit Yuki was also released on Mega Drive, says GT Beakerman. That's right, it was. Alucard says, I've had arguments with some people talking about how FX Unit Yuki isn't good enough. I always said it was like 4 people that made it, and PC and DC. That is an ambitious accomplishment. Good enough in terms of what, though? Because FX Unit Yuki was made as a PC Engine game, so it was really made to be like PC Engine games of that time. I think when many people compare when they compare FX Unit Yuki, they like to compare it to games like Shovel Knight and other retro games that came out for consoles that don't have those console limitations that games like FX Unit Yuki had to abide by. FX Unit Yuki, for the PC Engine, I think for the PC Engine, it's one of the better homebrews out there for the PC Engine. It makes good use of the PC Engine's color palette. The sound design is really good. So I don't know what these people are comparing FX Unit Yuki to, but if they're comparing it to new stuff, it's really unfair to compare it to anything nowadays, because the game wasn't made for modern consoles. It was made for an old 16-bit console with an 8-bit processor and a 16-bit GPU, and the FX Unit Yuki utilized like 2 megabytes of RAM. Like, I don't know. It's hard to talk to people who don't know shit about games when it comes to that stuff, to like educate them on that kind of argument. It's a hard argument to make because it's hard to work with those confines, right? So I don't know what these people are comparing it to. People blur the lines between retro-inspired games and actual retro games.
Good night, Mark Dell.
Good night, Mark Dell. Thanks for stopping in. 100% that. What Brandon Wallace said, that right there, 100%, is that people blur the lines. People blur the lines between retro-inspired games and actual games made for retro consoles and those consoles' limitations. So 100% that. Brandon Wallace. Arcade Game says, I would have bought Yuki if it were in the 90s and would have loved to have that game back then. Plays like the real deal, says Arcade Games.
Russ said, I just
Thank
need
you,
the
Russ.
Genesis version to complete my Yuki collection.
I can probably help you with that. Word, it's hard to talk to these Philistines, says Reluctant Hero. Uncultured swine. Have a good night, Mark Dell. Thanks for stopping in. Everyone is saying good night to Mark Dell. Alright, what else is here in the ADK library? We talked All World Heroes. I know there's other ADK stuff. Is there still stuff over there?
What
ADK? There's no letter.
Oh,
They're a company. I'm looking for the other ADK games I might be missing. Was that it? No, there's more here. Right here on the side. Oh, I'm missing the most important one, you guys. The first ADK thing to ever come out, I think. I'm pretty sure. It was Magician Lord. Magician Lord was made by ADK. Of course, one of the things you can change into in Magician Lord is a ninja, because freaking ninjas. Ninjas are awesome, right? Ninjas are awesome. You can change into a ninja in Magician Lord. Magician Lord, amazing game. I actually owned 2 copies of this at one point for NEO-GEO CD. My other copy went to JV, or Jay Varga. He's a member of the Saru crew here. I sold him my second copy of Magician Lord for a pretty good deal, because he actually gave me some good deals for PC Engine as well. So my second copy of this went to him for a good deal. But yeah, was that all of 80K? Were there any other 80Ks that I'm missing? I almost forgot the most important 80K, which was Magician Lord. I think that's all the 80Ks on the NEO-GEO CD. Nope, I'm a liar. I'm a liar. We have more 80K. I forgot about this one. Rally Chase. Rally Chase, this was made by 80K as well. Which is funny, they made 2 freaking isometric racers, Rally Chase and Overtop. I am terrible at Rally Chase as well. I crash into everything in this game. And I'm just bad at it. And I think that is all of the 80K I want to say. I want to say that is all of the 80K on the console. Oh no, I'm stupid. I'm missing the other 80K games that are exclusive to the console. And that is the Cross Swords. This came out on MVS. This is an 80K game. But Cross Swords 2 is an exclusive to the NEO-GEO CD. And of course, you can be a freaking ninja in Cross Swords, because 80K is not going to make a freaking game unless you could put a freaking ninja in it. That was their motif, right? Like, ninjas. Except that in the racing games, there's no ninjas in it, unless there's like hidden ninjas somewhere in Overtop, or whatchamacallit, Rally Chase.
Good night, Arcade Games.
Good night, Arcade Games. Thanks for stopping in.
See you.
I do. Another 80K game here. This one is called Shogi no Tatsujin, which is Master of Shogi. It just says the same thing right there, Shogi no Tatsujin. Master of Shogi, this is a shogi game. I have no idea how to play shogi. Shogi is pretty much like Japanese chess. This was pretty much a Japanese chess game on the NEO-GEO. Oh, Goblin is still here. He says, good night all. Take care. Thank you for
Goblin.
Stopping in, Goblin. Have a good night. Gobby. Cross Swords looks awesome. If I can afford NEO-GEO stuff, that's going to be one of the first things I buy. Yeah, Cross Swords is awesome. Cross Swords 2 is great. Great game. You can get these for Arcade Archives stuff as well. Okay, what?
No, I'm just...
Oh, they said okay.
No.
Is that it? Is that all the 80K?
I was just saying
Gob. I think I got all the 80K games. Dude.
I got all the games mixed up.
Test. YouTube is acting up for me. Is it?
Nope, not for us. Just for CBL.
Try refreshing, CBL. Try refreshing your stream. Yeah, Cross Swords is awesome. I want to say I got all the 80K games. No, I didn't get all the 80K games. Damn, they released a lot of NEO-GEO CD stuff. I keep thinking, oh, I got all the 80K games. I did not get all the 80K games.
I love the art of the Rally Chase. My grandpa and I would have loved it. Some of the drivers on there look like some famous NASCAR drivers for the time.
Yes.
Mackenzie.
That's true, Mackenzie. I think that was what they were going for, is they were trying to model some of these people after some of these NASCAR and rally car drivers. Thank you so much for the $5 donation as well, Mackenzie. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay.
We can see you, CBL, says GT Beakerman. So this is another early 80K game. This is Ragi, even though it looks like Ragai. I guess it's pronounced Ragi. Ragui.
Good night, Jeff Allison.
Good night, Jeff Allison. Thanks for stopping in, and thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that. This, in America, is known as Blues Journey. In the US, or the international name is Blues Journey. But in Japan, it's known as Ragi. And Blue is the name of this beetle guy. His name is Blue, even though he's red on this cover.
Beetlejuice.
But in the game, he is actually a blue character, I believe. And this is a cute little platformer. Very colorful, really nice.
Very kawaii.
Yeah, it's super cute. Super kawaii. This is also 80K. Now, I believe that is all the 80K games on the NEO-GEO
that's all 80K?
CD. Yep. These are all of the 80K games. They released a number of 80K titles came out on the NEO-GEO. Where the hell did 80K World go? Did they put it back? 80K. Wow, though. And then, of course, they did make... this is the first one I showed. 80K World. This is a kind of a fan compilation, or like for fans, you know, like for fans of 80K. And there's a cute little mini games in this one. There's like this like card battle game. There's a quiz game that quizzes you on a bunch of different NEO-GEO knowledge. If you've ever played Quiz King of Fighters, it's like that. And there's this cool side-scrolling shoot 'em up stage where you get to be Brocken from World Heroes. Brocken is the robot character in World Heroes. And you get to be him flying around just shooting stuff. This is Brocken right here on the corner of this case right here. You get to be him as a... it's like a shmup. It's like a shmup stage with him, which is hilarious. We need emoji for NEO-GEO Lust, it says Alucard. But that, I believe that is all of the 80K games on the NEO-GEO CD. We went from 80K's big time stuff. I'm sorry, not 80K. We went from SNK's like signature stuff. Yeah, it's probably time for another one. We can go more King of Fighters or other NEO-GEO soundtracks would work. Who did put this out? I'm trying to put them all together by manufacturers. Instead of alphabetical, I think it's cooler if we do it. We do it by manufacturer. Alright, we talked about all the Samurai Showdown. Let's talk about... I can't reach. Like, extended my shoulder. NEO-GEO, NEO-GEO! So, let's talk about, what should we talk about? I guess we can talk about some of the sports titles on the NEO-GEO. Where is, what do we have in terms of sports? Here we go. Yeah. Or should we stick to company stuff? Let's stick to company stuff, I guess. We can go in order. Another fan disc, by the way. There was a number of these fan disc games. This one here, SNK made this one, NEO-GEO CD Special. This one has a bunch of different, like... You have this weird, like, 3D polygon Athena that looks creepy as shit. And she's, like, your host of the NEO-GEO CD Special. And she just looks kind of creepy. Kind of creepy-like. Let's put together... I'm just trying to see if I can find the other Visco games here. God, we have so many games we haven't even talked about yet. Because I try to go into, like, full details in all these games. Video system. And I start to, like, go crazy with it. What other Visco stuff is there? Visco. Can you find the other
Visco?
Visco.
Does it say Visco on? What does it say?
Right, like on the top or on the side? Just say
Visco.
Okay. So Visco, if you guys don't know, Visco, they made the Breakers series. Breakers, this one is kind of an expensive one now. The NEO-GEO. There was Breakers and Breakers Revenge. Now, the Breakers games are coming out in a collection with both games to the Switch. But before, you could only really get the NEO-GEO CD. You could only get the original Breakers by Visco. Josh Prod licensed Visco stuff, so they're releasing Visco library stuff now as well. Trying to see if I missed anything in the chat. We had A Jesse Panda. Visco also put out Neo Drift Out. Neo Drift Out. This one, I believe, only came out, I want to say, for NEO-GEO CD and MVS. I don't believe there was ever an AES version of this. I could be wrong. But I want to say it was only on MVS and NEO-GEO CD. It might even have just have been NEO-GEO CD. Actually, I don't remember. But I do know that the NEO-GEO CD version is, or that the AES did not get it, I believe. I think. I don't know. I don't know too much about this game. But they actually had like officially licensed cars in this one, which was cool. Like they had like the Subaru WRX, whichever Subaru that was. The Toyota Supras, as you can see on the cover, that's a Supra right there. Rally Supras. Emily says, can we have the panda? You have to feed him. You have to feed, yep. You can if you're willing to feed him like 24/7 snacks. From the time he wakes up to the time he falls asleep. Right, no. Official Drift Out on AES until 2021 when Columbus Circle and... Yeah, no official Drift Out on AES until Josh Pod teamed up for $400. $400 foolishness. Yeah, so there was never an official version. There was never an official version of Neo Drift Out for the AES. Was there one for MVS for your hero? I actually don't know, or I don't remember if there was. For the longest time, I thought this was the only version that you can get, but I'm not 100% on that. But yes, Visco. There were a couple of Visco things on the NEO-GEO CD. Lower this soundtrack a little bit. It's a little loud. I'm trying to scream over it. I'm going to lose my voice.
Trying to maneuver all these
I know.
games.
So many games. So many games, you guys. So many games. A lot of games. There we go. Thank you.
Sorry. Forgot to play a new soundtrack.
Super loud. Super loud. I'm like, bah, blah, 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 blah. All right, let's see. NEO-GEO.
$400. Well, it's time to donate a kidney this semester.
Time to donate a kidney.
Oh, good. So Mario pirating FX and Yuki and asking Sarah if I could pay him. I suggested he offered for sale digitally. That's how I even ended up here.
Oh, that's right. That's how Stadium Arts ended up here. And he also ripped the image for me that I was supposed to put up on the digital store, and then I never did that.
I know.
But yes, he did end up paying for FX and Yuki digitally, and that's how he came about here.
Give me all the games that you already talked about.
That's it.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Yep. We still have all these games we have not talked about. Too many. I was trying to organize them. All right. Well, at this point, I'm just going to show you the rest of the Visco. I think that's it for NEO-GEO CD Visco stuff. All of the Viscos. Visco. I think so. Ooh. Alright, I guess we can get into some sports games. I guess we're not going to get into any streaming tonight. The NEO-GEO CD exclusives are Satan, 80K World, 80K Special, Cross Swords 2, Ironclad, King of Fighters 96 Collection, Mahjong Final Romance 2, I guess we missed one.
Which did we miss?
Because well, I don't know. Because he deleted it.
Oh.
All right, let's go ahead. Man, I guess I should order these. Here's like Japan Technos. Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to smack you like that. I know. I'm sorry. It was an accident. I smacked Jesse with one of the games in the hand, and he started pouting.
Here you go. 80K World, 80K Special, Crosswords 2, Ironclad, King of Fighters 96 Collection, Mahjong Final Romance 2, NEO-GEO CD Special, Samurai Showdown RPG, and Zentric.
And Zentric, yeah. That was the 80K one. I'm trying to put them all together. Oh, I talked about this one already.
Okay, I'll put it over here.
Yeah. Do you know where Sonic Wings 2 is?
Sonic,
Oh, it's right here. I'm stupid. Alright. Let's talk about video system or video system. That's when you whatever. Anyway, Final Romance 2, this is one of them. By Video System. This is a Mahjong game. This is one of the ones that Reluctant Hero listed as one of the exclusive games. This one only came out on the NEO-GEO CD. Yeah, this is totally like one of those kind of games, right? And it was a Mahjong game. And then, of course, Video System is also known for the Aero Fighters Sonic Wings series. We got Sonic Wings 2 and Sonic Wings 3. Those are the only Sonic Wings Video System games that came out on the NEO-GEO CD. Excellent shooters. If you're a fan of Saikyo, ex-Video System people who worked on the Sonic Wings series went on to make the 1945 Strikers and whatever. Saikyo was the company that made all those games. They came from the Sonic Wings team, originally from Video System themselves. Speaking of Mahjong, here was another Mahjong game that came out for the NEO-GEO. This one is, what was this called? Quest of Jong Master, Janshi Densetsu. Janshi Densetsu Quest of Jong Master, which was a 2D game. Wow, there's like weird like clipping happening over here. Is that
clipping?
Yeah, do you see this video clipping on my side? That's really weird. But this is a Mahjong game. Also that kind of game, if you know what I mean. That kind of play that Mahjong game, says Bitter Almonds. It's definitely, that's one of them hentais. Sarus Randall.
Says, free Saru's hair.
That's one of them hentais. My hair is all right now. It's all bleh. I didn't have time to comb it. It's too long to comb right now too. I gotta cut it. I gotta cut it and re-red it. Add more red. I need this game. Bitter Almond says he needs Quest of Dong Master. On the look how cutesy they look though. It's like, why do they gotta look like that? It's too cutesy. I like this other one though. The girls look good in that one.
Can't remember, just me and Emily love Saru and Jesse. Woo!
Yay! Yeah, NEO-GEO CD had one or two adult games. Yeah, those. I love Me Too. Is that what you said?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that was another Mahjong game. Another Mahjong game is this one here. I don't know what's going on here, but this is another Mahjong game on the NEO-GEO CD. Japan loves their freaking Mahjong games, man. And that was another one of them. All right, I guess now we can get into some stuff made by other companies. I guess where is
What are you looking for? What's up?
I want to put all together all the Sarus games.
Oh, Sarus, I know.
Yeah, we did Visco already.
I just saw Sarus.
These were all the Viscos. I don't know if there were more, but we might have more Viscos, and I just haven't seen them.
Here, I see two Sarus right here.
Yeah, if we can get to the Sarus games. I want to say those were all the Viscos.
What's out this Sarus?
Yeah, all the S'mores model.
Here's the Sarus right here.
Yeah, there were a few of them. There were a couple Hudsons too. They made a number of them. These are going to be all the KOFs.
That's it right here.
That's it. All right.
Hold on.
So, really quick here, let's talk about another company that put out stuff for the NEO-GEO. That is this company right here, Sarus. Which where's Ironclad? I believe Ironclad might be.
What's the Japanese for Ironclad?
Brickinger with a B, like
must
boy.
be over here somewhere.
Oh, there we go. So, Sarus, this company here, this is Stakes Winner. I don't know, is this an exclusive too? I don't remember. This might be MVS also. I'm gonna guess this is also MVS because Japan loves these freaking derby games. This was made by Sarus. We're gonna go through all of the NEO-GEO CD Sarus games now. Japan is big on these horse racing derby games. There are a ton of these. derby racing games, and Stakes Winner was one of them. It won't fall. Did it get in?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Look for those next. Technos.
Okay.
All right. Another game that SNK actually contracted Saurus to do is this game right here. This is Quiz King of Fighters. This is a NEO-GEO quiz game. It's mostly SNK related quiz and some world knowledge quiz stuff as well. But it's a quiz game featuring characters from King of Fighters. It's a pretty interesting game. Japan loves quiz games as well. And they like to test their knowledge on whatever stuff, right? But, yeah, this is a quiz game that came out. Sarus was contracted by SNK to put this game together. Another game that came out that I recently got. This was a recent get in the last few months as well. This is Futsal. 5-on-5 mini soccer for the NEO-GEO CD. This was also put together by Sarus. This is a type of soccer game with like it says, it's 5-on-5 mini soccer. Futsal is actually like schoolyard soccer or whatever they call it. I don't know. It's like it is an actual game that people play in terms of soccer. Now this one is kind of infamous for its, like, a lot of people say it's infamously bad, and for whatever reason it's the one game that people attribute to Sarus a lot, is Shin Oken or Ragnagard. And this was a 3D digitized rendered graphics 3D rendered graphics game where they pre-rendered 2D fighting game by Sarus. And the game's alright. I found the game's kind of annoying. I'm not a big fan. A lot of people hated this one. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be, but it's kind of shitty. It's not the best game. Now, here is my favorite Sarus game, and also one of the more rare NEO-GEO CD games. This one is called Chotetsu Burikinga, known as Ironclad in America. This never got a release outside of the NEO-GEO until recently. People were able to make a MVS dump or a ROM dump from the Wii version, because on the Wii it came out in English. This game was meant to come out in English at some point on the MVS, and they made it, but the MVS version never came out. That's why you can now get an MVS cart of this with chiptune music, because back in the day Saurus was going to be making this MVS release, but never got around to doing it because Saurus folded and it never came to be. So the MVS version of this never came out, but it was made and then got a digital release on the original Wii console. And then they were able to dump that ROM to actual MVS carts. But this, for the longest time, was a NEO-GEO... officially, this was a NEO-GEO CD exclusive, officially. It is now, I think, the rarest... I want to say this is the rarest NEO-GEO CD game of all. That was weird. We're still live, right?
I think we are, yeah.
Yeah, I think the chat just... Disappeared. That was weird. You didn't move anything, did you? But yeah, I believe this is one of the rare ones. Just hit refresh chat on the upper right hand. See where it says right there? Bam. There it is.
There it is.
Yes. You're live. You're live, yes, says Cobra. But yes, that is officially all of these Sarus games to come out for the NEO-GEO CD. With Ironclad, I think, being the rarest game.
Rares.
Oh no, I don't want to mix. Those are not.
No, here. Don't worry, I'll put them right here. These are
Okay.
There's a pile that I'm gonna go.
All right, I guess we can talk about some of the early games. SNK's answer to Final Fight back in the early days was this game. Capcom, SNK always wanted to put out. Why is this game so loud? Did you lower it?
No. Yeah, I did. See?
Lower it a little bit. There you go. This game here, this is Burning Fight. This was SNK's answer to Final Fight. But this game is terrible. I like it though. I like it. I think I like it because it takes place in Osaka and like it makes references to Osaka, Japan. But the game is pretty bad. It's not great. It's very simplistic. The AI is dumb as shit. But I still enjoy it. And this one is actually climbing in price. It's like $100 or something dumb.
Damn.
Yeah, but it's not exactly a great game. Run and Gun, NEO-GEO had their own Contra type game called Cyberlip. I enjoyed playing this in the arcade. It was an early NEO-GEO game. Look at this cover. I love this cover artwork. It's dope. But the game does have its flaws. It is very repetitive. And the game had 4-way shooting. It didn't have 8-way shooting like you would see in other run and gun games. So you only shot up, down, left, and right, but you didn't have diagonals in this game, making this game really hard to freaking play because things would kill you all the time without any diagonals. But I still enjoyed the game nonetheless.
Like $200.
Dang, really?
Yeah.
For what, Cyberlip?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's going for about $200 now for that. I'm trying to find what other Nazca games were there.
They only find 2 Technos.
Is that Double Dragon and Gel Kaiser? Okay. That's weird. Alright, well, another company that I wanted to talk about on the NEO-GEO CD is Japan Technos. Technos is known for the Double Dragon series, the Kunio-kun series. They released other stuff on the NEO-GEO. On the NEO-GEO CD, I believe, I think these were the only 2 Technos games to be released on the NEO-GEO CD, I want to say. I hope. I think so. I think these are the only 2 Technos NEO-GEO CD games, I believe, were Double Dragon. This one is loosely based on the movie at the time. Technos always, of course, they made Double Dragon, right? Like, they made it. They made the movie at the time, and they were like, you know what, let's put out another game. They put out this game around the same time as the movie. And you can see a short cutscene from the movie, but it's kind of loosely based on the movie itself. I like it. I enjoy it. I enjoy this fighting game, but I like fighting games. And Double Dragon is not a terrible one. Now, this game by Technos, this one here, this is Voltage Fighter Gao Kaiser. This is a fighting game on the NEO-GEO, one-on-one fighting game. Illustration by Masami Obari. Masami Obari is known as a character designer for a lot of stuff. He did the main designs for the Fatal Fury animation. If you guys remember those, like Fatal Fury 2 and 1, 2, and the movie. He was the character designer of that, character designer for a bunch of other stuff as well. The soundtrack to this, when we started our stream, you heard that vocal soundtrack. That is one of the soundtracks in the game. It's the main theme for Gao Kaiser. All of the tracks in this game, except for a couple of them, are vocal. In this one, there's vocal music tracks. And this is one of the soundtracks that really shines on the NEO-GEO CD. Gameplay is still kind of crap, but the original one was too. But that is definitely one of the titles that shined on the NEO-GEO CD was Voltage Fighter Gao Kaiser. Now, another company that put out stuff on the NEO-GEO CD is Data East. Now, I don't know.
Data East?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw one over here.
Data East put out a number of stuff. They're known for the... Data East did a lot of stuff. Bad Dudes. You guys know Bad Dudes back in the day. Data East did Burger Time. Do you guys remember Burger Time? That was a Data East classic as well. Joe and Max series. Data East put out a lot of stuff. NEO-GEO was no exception. NEO-GEO had the Fighters History Dynamite game. The first Fighters History game was a straight to arcade. It didn't come out on NEO-GEO. This one did. They also put out Karnov. Karnov is actually the main villain in this game. This one is called Karnov's Revenge in America, because Karnov is the main character, but Data East also put out the Karnov game itself. And Fighters History also has a Ryoko Tani character. Like I was saying earlier, the judo character in World Heroes is based on a real person named Ryoko Tani. Ryoko Tani also has a tribute character in here, also named Ryoko. And she's also judo, and she also has short hair. Now, did you give me another Data East?
No, that was it.
Okay. The other Data East game to come out is Magical Drop 2. Magical Drop 2 and 3 both came out on the NEO-GEO. The original Magical Drop was an arcade game, and it also got released on the Super Famicom back in the day, and then later on the Sega Saturn. But on NEO-GEO, we got Magical Drop 2, which was my first introduction to Magical Drop. I had never heard or played of the first one. My first introduction to this was on the NEO-GEO arcade with Magical Drop 2. I am incredibly addicted to this puzzle game. I love it so much. It is so much fun. It's my favorite puzzle game series of all time is Magical Drop. And this came out on the NEO-GEO. I don't know how much it goes for nowadays. It was always a fairly inexpensive game, was Magical Drop 2. On the NEO-GEO. But those were the two Data East games on the NEO-GEO. Another company that released some stuff, I want to say these were the only games released on the NEO-GEO, was a company called Nazca Corporation. Nazca Corporation put out the first Metal Slug game, which also came out on the NEO-GEO CD. Subsequent Metal Slug games were not put out by Nazca, but by SNK themselves. But the original Metal Slug game for the NEO-GEO CD was put out by Nazca. Nazca Corporation put out this game. This one you'd only be able to see it on the back. There's no Nazca on the side. But I think I want to say these are the only two Nazca releases on the NEO-GEO CD. Metal Slug. And the other Nazca release for the NEO-GEO CD was this one here. And this one was actually one that I had been missing for a while. This is Big Tournament Golf. Recently, somebody by the name of Pop Pixel, another YouTuber, had made me a repro of this because everyone kept always asking for me to get Big Tournament Golf. This one was my last holy grail for the system. And I finally pulled the trigger almost 3 weeks ago, and we were not sure that we were going to get it. We bought this from Japan. It took literally almost 3 months for it to get here. And the whole time that we were waiting for this game to get here, I swear to God, my butthole was puckered the whole time, wondering if this was going to be the real game or not, or what it was going to come with. The description didn't say if it was complete. It didn't say if it was disc only. It came from Surugaya. For some reason, I don't know how it got stuck at the proxy. I don't know when it got to the proxy. The proxy never said that they had received it. I emailed Surugaya. They never got back to me because I got this from Surugaya Japan, not their .com where you can buy the international stuff. So it was a whole ordeal for Big Tournament Golf, and I didn't know what I was getting. I didn't know if I was getting disc only. I didn't know if I pretty much knew I wasn't gonna get it with the Obi. I just wanted to make sure that it was complete, right? Like the back, the manual, and the game itself. And finally, after almost 3 months, sending emails to Zen Market was the proxy that I used, and I don't know that this was my last experience with Zen Market, and I have not used them since then because they never reported that they had received the game. Or in Sudogaya, I don't know. I don't know who dropped the ball. If Sudogaya Japan dropped the golf balls, or if freaking Zen Market dropped the ball. I don't know who dropped the ball. But the point is I was waiting almost 3 months with no communication. If I had known that they were like, oh, it's going to take you like 9 years to get this game, but I knew what I was getting, I would have been okay with it, but I didn't, because the description didn't say if it was complete, the description didn't say if it came with anything, and the picture was a stock photo. So I didn't know. I didn't know what I was getting. I didn't know if I was getting... I didn't know. I just didn't know. And finally, I did get it, and it was complete. This was actually the final game missing in my collection. But anyway, the point is, this one was put out by Nazca Corporation as well. These were the two titles that got put out on CD by Nazca Corporation. Were these two games here. Were Metal Slug 1. Love this artwork, by the way. If you guys know Masamune Shiro, the famous artist, Japanese artist Masamune Shiro, he did the artwork for this. He did the artwork for lots of stuff. Masamune Shiro did the Lords of Thunder cover for the PC Engine, TurboGrafx, blah blah blah. Eternal City, and of course he's known for, you know, like Appleseed and all that other stuff, right? Masamune Shiro. Original Ghost in the Shell, I think, was Masamune Shiro also. So I remember about heavy hitters for PC and PS1. Can't wait to show it when they comes in, says Daniel. Ooh. I'm curious to see what you got for PC Engine.
Matthew Roach says, how's the condition of the disc with the big tournament golf, Saru?
Good. It's good. Condition is good. The case is cracked, but I don't know if that... But the disc is great. Great quality. It's dusty a little bit. I should clean it. There's like one tiny, the lightest of scratches on it, but it's like a tiny, microscopic, tiny scratch on it. And no obi, you know, which, you know, I don't give a shit about the obi. But I am particular about it having the manual and the back of it. I'm very particular about needing the manual has to be there. Oh my god! And I almost closed this. Wow! I'm a dum-dums. They have to be complete. I don't care about the OB, but it has to have a manual. It has to have a back. It has to. It has to. It must. But anyway, yeah, this came from Surugaya for almost $500, I think. Making it the most expensive game that I've gotten, because even Ironclad was cheaper. Dude, I got Ironclad for like $400. For like $400 complete. With, I think that's with the, I want to say it was with the fees and shit. I got it for $400. And even though that's the rarest game, this one was my most expensive NEO-GEO CD game right here. At almost $500, which I still think I got a good deal. But that's the risk that you take, right? Because, like, what if I had gotten this and it was CD only, and I paid almost $500? I would have been like, oh well, you know, I was the one who bought it. You know, now don't drop it. Just like drop.
You said that was the last game in your collection.
This was the last game I needed.
You needed? So you got a full set?
I have the full set.
Holy shit,
yeah.
That's
so
awesome.
This is
I didn't even know that.
I know, because I didn't put it in the description. I just said the NEO-GEO collection. I didn't say that I had the whole NEO-GEO collection. I'm kind
of a loose cannon.
And you would have
loose cannon.
I
would have been like, full collection.
Sarah's got a full Japanese collection of NEO-GEO CD stuff.
No.
I know. I know both those games are like heavy hitters, right? Here's an oddball one, ASO 2. This one was ASO 1 was on the Famicom, I think. The first ASO was Famicom in arcade, I want to say. This is kind of a weird, quirky shooter. It's alright. It's kind of fat. How do you prefer to play your NEO-GEO CD games? Right now, on the Polymega. Because the Polymega plays them, like, instant. Loading time is, like, super fast. Alright, other sports games on the NEO-GEO CD. We've got Baseball Stars 2 and Baseball Stars 1. And I want to say, did I get this? Who did I get this from? Did I get this from Reluctant Hero? I don't remember. I got this from somebody, and this was a gift from Shell. Shell and the Saru crew sent me this.
Oh, yeah.
He sent me
Where's Shell?
Baseball Stars. Shell's not here today. But yeah, Shell sent me this.
He would have been excited that you got the full set.
Yeah, he doesn't know yet. But Shell sent me this for my collection from Sweden. He is our member from Sweden. He sent me that. And I want to say the second one came from Reluctant Hero. I think. I don't remember. Because I have a lot of games. Those are all recent.
Daniel says, nice. Now collect for the full PC FX collection.
That's oh, Monkey Death. What's up, Monkey Death? Welcome. Yeah, NEO-GEO CD. You can play burn games. No issues with it. Sorry, Mario. Now collect full PC FX collection. Oh yeah, dude.
That's yours.
Oh.
Rick Masters, which is faster, NEO-GEO CD loading times or Internet Explorer?
Well, I mean, Internet Explorer, depending on your connection. Depends. Are we talking about Internet Explorer like 33.3 kbps? Well, that'd probably still be faster. All right. A bunch of other games. Oh, we got the King of the Monsters 2. King of the Monsters 1 never came out on the NEO-GEO CD. We only got, it went straight to 2, I believe, right? Was it just 2? I think it was just 2. I'm pretty sure. It was just 2. But yeah. King of the Monsters 2. Cool, like, wrestling kind of game. We got a gallery shooter. This one was one of the earliest games. I believe this was the first NEO-GEO CD game. I think. I want to say. I got this like 3 years ago in Japan. When A2 was still A2. Oh no, that would have been like 4 years ago now, huh?
4 years ago, yep.
I got this 4 years ago from A2 in Japan. They are now a Surugaya. Sorry, Mario, oh, never mind. I bought that game for my nephew on the Genesis. King of the Monsters 2. I never played the Genesis version. I assume it's probably terribly watered down. Some other sports games. I don't really play these. Football Frenzy. I never play this. Top Players Golf. This is a shitty golf game. I never play it. If I'm going to play any golf game, it's going to be Big Tournament Golf, obviously. But Hudson actually also released games on the NEO-GEO. A Hudson game that came out that I absolutely love on the NEO-GEO CD is Tengai Makyo Shinden. This is known as Kabuki Clash in America. The music in this game is excellent. I love the music in this game. This one is based on Tengai Makyo 2 Manjimaru. It's got most of the characters from the Fire Clan. It takes place in the Tengai Makyo 2 time. As to where the fighting game on the PC Engine, Kabuki Itoryodan, takes place during the Tengai Makyo Kabuki Fun Kabuki Den era, which is the third PC Engine game, and features characters from that game. But if we talk about Tengai Makyo, I can nerd out for hours, so we're not going to go into this whole Tengai Makyo nerd out, because I love the Tengai Makyo series.
I like Kabuki Clash. Love that one.
Yeah, I love it. It's a great game. Music is so good. I love the music in that game. Characters are fun. I love the series, though. I'm a big fan of Tengai Makyo. Even though I only beat Tengai Makyo 2 Manjimaru, is the only Tengai Makyo game to date that I've beaten, because the game is heavy, heavy, heavy Japanese. Oh, I talked about the first Metal Slug. This one, Metal Slug 2, obviously good stuff. Super slowdown in this one. They fixed the slowdown issues in Metal Slug X, but unfortunately Metal Slug X never came out. For NEO-GEO CD, we got Metal Slug 2 on the NEO-GEO CD, and that was the last of the Metal Slug games that we got. Now, another early beat-em-up on the NEO-GEO that was really good, in my opinion, was Mutation Nation. This is actually one of my favorite beat-em-ups on the system, and one of my earlier games for my NEO-GEO collection. You want to go play another NEO-GEO. Mutation Nation, really fun game. Super cheap, though. The AI is super cheap. This was a total quarter muncher in the arcade. Complete quarter muncher. But, what is this, 98?
Yeah.
Or 95?
95.
How did we go back to 95? From 96.
Which one should be?
Let's go to 98.
98.
Yep, right there.
Okay.
That's it. Wow, this is weird. Alright. Mutation Nation, hella fun game. Like I said, the AI is super cheap. The later you get in the game, the more frustrating this game gets. This game gets super frustrating. But I still like it. I still enjoy it quite a lot. Do we have Robo Army anywhere? Oh, right here, probably. We may as well talk about another good beat 'em up on the NEO-GEO, and that is Robo Army. This one's great. I love this one. I got this one late last year, and I love it. It's great. I wasn't too familiar with Robo Army, even though I had seen it in the arcade a bajillion times. I never really played it a whole lot, and then when I got it on NEO-GEO CD finally, I enjoyed it. A lot of fun. And I actually regret not playing it more in the arcade, even though I saw it plenty.
Randall says, sorry, Mario, any ideas why so many anime/games from Japan in the early 90s were fascinated with physics? I mean, we had Miki Sengusa in the Heisei Godzilla films. All of Yu Hakusho, Power Instinct games, Sabrina, and Pokemon. There's a ton of them.
I don't know. I have no idea. I love a lot of those things, though. I love Yu Yu Hakusho and the Power Instinct games. I love those games. Speaking of Power Instinct, the NEO-GEO did get a Power Instinct game, and that was Goketsuji Ichizoku Matri Melee, or Power Instinct Matri Melee. Man, that game is so freaking cool. Like, the music in that game, everything about that game is so cool. I really like it. I wish that was on NEO-GEO CD, but that game was too much power. Too much power for NEO-GEO CD. Alright, some other shitty games. This one is Power Spikes 2. This game sucks. Oh, this was Video System also. Whoops. Whoops! Taito also put out their fair share of stuff. Oh, actually, no, they didn't. I think Taito put out like 2 games. This soundtrack is gross. I don't like it. Oh, Brickboy just subscribed. Welcome, Brickboy. Thanks for subscribing.
Thanks for subscribing.
Maybe we should go to look for Real Bout.
Got it.
Real. Oh, I'm stupid.
There it is.
Yeah, search for that and play Real Bout Special. Fatal Fury Real Bout Special. Arrange soundtracks. Right there.
This one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ba-ba. This one's a good one. But anyway, Taito. This is the only Taito game, I think, on the NEO-GEO CD. That's Puzzle Bobble. Puzzle Bobble is a classic. I think Puzzle Bobble 2 came out on NEO-GEO MVS as well. But this is the only one to come out for NEO-GEO CD. But we did talk about Fatal Fury earlier. What we did not talk about is the Real Bout games. Right now we're listening to Real Bout Special. But the Real Bout games were a spin-off series for the Fatal Fury series. This is the first Real Bout game, Real Bout Garo Densetsu, or Real Bout Fatal Fury. I believe this is the first Real Bout game. I actually have 2 copies of this. I should put this in a video game giveaway. Bub-and-bob! And then Real Bout Special. Absolutely love this game. This game is so good. We're listening to the music to this right now. But man, I love this one so much. The combo system in it is so cool and fast. The animation is great. The music is great. So good. And then finally, they did put out a Real Bout 2, the newcomers. This one introduced 2 new characters. And it's more of the same. To be honest, I like Real Bout Special more than I like Real Bout 2. I don't know. Something about the music is better. The aesthetic is better. Like it looks better. The UI is better. like the UI in this, like the or the UX, whatever you want to call it, the shit that's on screen, all the bars and stuff, the text, that all looks better in Real Bout Special than it does in Real Bout 2. So, oh, not physics, psychics. He was saying, oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. That would have made a lot more sense.
Sorry.
Psychics, yes. I don't know, but I like the idea of psychics. Sorry about that.
It was my fault.
Epidemic of female psychics in Japanese media. Yeah, there's a bunch of like the what is Psycho World. I want that on what is in Game Gear, Psycho World. That game looks cool. I want that. But anyhow, yeah, Real Bout 2 not as good as Real Bout Special in my opinion. Some people would disagree, and those people are dumb. I'm just kidding. No, and I just like Real Bout Special more than I do. Fire Suplex. This was 3-count bout. Somebody mentioned this earlier in the stream. This is a wrestling game for the NEO-GEO. Graphics. The sprite work in this is amazing. Sprite work is amazing. I'm terrible at this game. I really wish I was better at it. But graphics look nice. Music is good. Nice big sprites. But I enjoy it. I enjoy. Alright. Here's one that got 2 games in its series. This one is called Fuun Mokushiroku. Which is... What is... I'm trying to think what... Fuun is like the wind. Something about the wind. Fuun... fuck. I don't know. My Japanese sucks. Anyway, this one was called Savage Rain here. Savage Rain in America. Bless you. In Japan,
Thank
this
you.
is called Fuun Mokushiroku. We have Master Roshi here. He's totally like a copy of Master Roshi. If you played this game, you know what I mean. The second game in this series was something called Kizuna Encounter. That didn't come to NEO-GEO CD, unfortunately. I wish it did. Because that's the better one, in my opinion. But this one's good, too. I like this one. This one is fun. Soccer Brawl. Nobody cares. Dunk Dream. This one is actually interesting game that I actually only played because Reluctant Hero was telling me to give this game a try. And I didn't really give it like a good go at it. And Reluctant Hero, who's in the Sarupro, was like, you should play it, it's good. And he's like, it's really deep. And it is. It's pretty deep. I want to get better at this. But it plays pretty good, actually. And you have like these like super dunk moves. It's pretty cool. It's cool. Graphics are cool. Music is cool. I enjoy it. Joy Joy Kid. This is a total ripoff of Tetris, except with bombs. You get to bomb shit. Everyone's saying bless you, Jesse.
Thank you.
But yeah, this is total Tetris clone. Boring, uneventful. Here is a shmup for the NEO-GEO CD that's absolutely gorgeous. And that is Pulsar. Pulsar also got a sequel called Blazing Star. I, for some reason, feel like this one is the more, I want to say more polished game. This one is harder though, but I want to say this one is more polished in aesthetically. Okay, maybe I should say this one is more aesthetically pleasing. The second game is definitely easier to play though. So, better point of entry in the second game. But this one is definitely harder than the second game, for sure.
Randall says, Saru, Top Hunter, Roddy, and Cassie.
I do have that, actually. I'm not sure where Roddy where Top Hunters is. Did I talk about that one already? No, I don't think
you have
so.
already.
No,
That's all of it. They're all.
Oh, I don't know what's over there. Oh, those are all.
Yeah.
What did I do with Top Hunter? Did I talk about Top Hunter?
I I think you did, yeah.
No.
It's probably over there.
No, I didn't. I don't remember talking about it. Why you lying? Why you lying, Jesse? There were a whole shit ton of sports games too. I guess we can talk about those and get those out of the way. Ooh, here's some beat 'em ups as well. That's weird. I didn't.
Top Hunter is the one with the people, the female and the male with the guns, right? Yeah.
No, not they don't have guns, but they're female and male on the cover. Kind of cartoony looking.
Yeah, I know. You talked about it.
Nope, I did not. I guarantee you, I didn't talk about it. All right, some more sports games. These here are the Super Sidekicks series of games. In Japan, it's called Tokuten-O, which is king of something. I don't know what. So Super Sidekicks 1, Super Sidekicks 2, and Super Sidekicks 3. These are all actually pretty good games, though. If you like soccer games, they're actually really fun. I actually played a good deal of Super Sidekicks 2 in the arcade. It was pretty popular, actually, amongst people.
It's not here.
That's weird.
It's got to be over there.
Did I just put it back?
She just.
Without talking about it, I did put it back. Look at that. If you hadn't pointed that out, Randall, I would have totally ignored this one. But I put this back on the shelf. This is Top Hunter, Roddy and Kathy. This is a really pretty action platformer by SNK. It's an action game that utilizes 2 planes throughout the whole game. The game is fairly short with only 5 worlds, with the last one being pretty long. But it's a lot of fun. Graphically pleasing. Music is good. I really enjoy this game. It's a really fun game for the NEO-GEO CD. And I believe you can still get it for fairly cheap, I think. This one was always a cheap game for the longest. I think you have to lower the main. Maybe the main volume is too loud. It should be at like 50. There you go. Yeah. All right. But yeah, Top Hunter is a lot of fun. I actually threw this back on the shelf. I probably wouldn't have talked about it had Randall not pointed that out. But yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. A good. All right. Sunsoft actually put a few games on the NEO-GEO as well. This one is Galaxy Fight. This one was their first fighting game that Sunsoft made. And then they put out Waku Waku 7. But this one was their first one. They put out Galaxy Fight, Waku Waku 7, and Astra Superstars on the Sega Saturn. Those are Sunsoft's 3 fighting games. But Galaxy Fight, it's okay. I think Waku Waku 7 is a better NEO-GEO fighting game. Unfortunately, Waku Waku 7 didn't come out on the NEO-GEO CD. All we got is Galaxy Fight. And it's mediocre at best for the NEO-GEO CD. But it's still interesting. Graphically, it's nice. It's just weird. I don't like... It's like... It has an untraditional, never-ending plane when you're playing. Meaning that you can go far left or far right as long as both characters are still going in that direction. And I kind of hate that about the game. It's like... It seems dumb.
Test Time says, just got Top Hunter on the Switch. Awesome. CT Brigham says, wow, Stormar, do you have a full set?
I do. I have a full Japanese set now. Randall says Rumi and Arena are bae. Yeah, Rumi and Arena are like... but Dandy J is godly. Yeah, I like Dandy J's kitty cat. He's got a kitty cat. So cute. It's a shame Waku Waku 7 didn't come to NEO-GEO CD. I know. It could have. I think it could have. I don't know why Sunsoft didn't put it out. It totally could have. Because there were games that were way more visually strenuous on the NEO-GEO CD that came out that would have put more of a strain on it than Waku Waku 7. So I really don't understand why Waku Waku 7 didn't come out on the NEO-GEO CD. Alright. Ghost Pilots. This is... I don't like this game. It's hard and frustrating. And your plane is huge and the hitbox is gigantic and annoying. I just... The only thing that I like about this game is that there's branching paths in stages, which I think is kind of cool. I like the fact that you can get branching paths, but I find the game itself to be mediocre at best and too hard without any reward for that hardness. Like if it was like Polestar, right? Polestar is hard, but the game is beautiful and the music is great and the graphics are great. This is just mediocre and it's hard and frustrating for nothing. Astra Superstars is $400. Jeez, really? I got mine. I thought I paid a lot for mine. I bought mine at Midwest, my first Midwest Gaming Classic in 2014. And I think I paid almost $100 for my copy of it. I want to say I paid $90 for my copy of.
Yeah, I remember.
Right? It had the sticker on it for the longest time.
Yeah, you're like, damn, I paid $90 for this.
I know. I was bitching about it. I was bitching because I wanted it so bad. I always wanted Astro Superstars. And so I found it, but I found it for $90. I was like, fuck, man. So I guess, but that was in 2014. So I don't know what it was going for back then, but I got it for $90. And it was my most expensive purchase of the con that year. Because I bought a bunch of cheap games. I bought my Mega Man Nendroid over there. A lot of games under $40. And then I bought that one. It was like, bam, like punch to the pucker. Astro Superstars. I know, that's crazy. Sunsoft fighters were so unique and so expensive. Yeah, like, I only have the Sega Saturn version of Astro Superstars, but that version sucks. Just the soundtrack to Astro is $120.
Damn.
That's crazy. But anyway, yeah, Ghost Pilots, caca. Caca. All right, let's talk about some more stuff. Oh, let's get. Here's a sports game. That's actually a lot of fun. League Bowling. I love this game. It's funny because I played this game so many times. Jesse played it like once and was kicking my ass at it.
Oh yeah, I remember.
But this one's a lot of fun too. I enjoy it. I enjoy the visuals in this game. Really comical, really fun. Ironically, I used to play this game in a bowling alley in Little Tokyo. There used to be a bowling alley in Little Tokyo on the second floor of Yaohan Plaza. And I used to always go. They had an arcade in that bowling alley. I used to always go to that arcade in that bowling alley. Gotta head out. Y'all have a good night. Good night, Alucard. Thanks for stopping in. All right, here's another weird one. This is Viewpoint. This one was put out by Sammy, or American Sammy, later on known as Sega Sammy. But Sammy had put this out. It's an isometric shooter for the NEO-GEO CD. It was an MVS game, AES game, and then it got ports to the PlayStation, I believe, with like weird, funky soundtrack changes. Like, it got weird. Sorry, don't play bowling games with Jesse. I know, dude.
I know.
He kicked my ass at it. Like,
Daniel says, I'm gonna head to bed now. Everyone enjoy the rest of the stream.
Good night, Daniel. I know, we've been at it forever, too.
I know.
Alright. Let's get through some other games. This one is a weird one. This one is the Super Spy. It's in kind of like a weird, like, first-person view. This one's an old one, so I forgive it for it being kind of annoying and shitty. But this one's an old one, the Super Spy. And like I said, it plays in like this weird, like, first-person type view where characters come at you. And it's kind of like a gallery game. You know, like gallery shooters, but you're just like two pairs of hands punching and kicking and shooting. But it's interesting. Riding Hero. This one is... I don't like this game at all. This is a racing game. You get to like buy parts and upgrade your bike and all this other shit. I don't enjoy it. I think it's kind of... it's kind of crap. But of course, you know, for the sake of completion... Right. Now, here's a game on the NEO-GEO CD that I've had for a while that is magical. This is Flying Power Disc.
Yes.
Or Windjammers. Jesse kicked my ass at this one too, motherfucker. Even though I played this game for years.
And I played it the first time.
He played it the first time and he kicked my ass at this game.
Let's play it.
But no, you shut up. Get out of here. This game, this is Windjammers in America. I absolutely love this game. I even went to a freaking tournament for this game. Yet somehow Jesse kicked my ass. I was part of a tournament here where we got second place in this. And somehow Jesse still... But this game, a lot of this game is luck too, though. You know what I mean? It's like part skill, part luck. With a lot of it. First person views on retro consoles before Doom impressed me. They're technical marvels. Oh, do you remember that just in case?
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah, that is Windjammers. Oh, here's another sports game. This one I ended up doing a seal. I broke the seal on that one as well. This is Super 2020 Baseball. I had 3 new copies of this, and I traded one. I gave one to Crazy Cubano for one of his birthdays, and then I kept one, and I did a breaking the seal live on stream. TG is here. TG says, "Saru, we love you."
TG, it's been a while.
It's been a while. Welcome, TG.
A panda beating Saru at Windjammers. What is the world coming to? Says Matthew
Yeah,
Rose.
he kicked my ass at Windjammers too. All right, let's get into this one right here. Last Resort, or Last Resort of the NEO-GEO. The super phallic spaceship aside on the cover, dude, I absolutely love this game. Actually, this is a great cover. Aside from the dick ship, the cover itself is pretty rad. But this game, I find this game to be hard. I die a lot in this game, but it's an early game and it looks good. Very R-type in feel, and it's a good game. Hugs everyone, says TG. Hey Saru, I don't own Windjammers on NEO-GEO CD, but I do own a physical copy for my PS4 from LG. Yeah, I have those too. I think I have. I have the
Switch.
PS4 and Switch too. I think no.
You have the special edition one over there somewhere.
I do. I have there's a Switch. I have the Switch Special Edition. I think I have 2 copies of Windjammers. I think I bought it physically also. All right. Another series of beat 'em ups that came out on the NEO-GEO. This one here is the Sengoku series. In Japan, it's known as Sengoku Densho. These games are cool. I enjoy them. I really like 1 and 2. Sengoku 3 really feels like it has nothing to do with the series at all. I don't even know why they called it Sengoku at all, to be honest. It doesn't feel like Sengoku. It's made by a different team. The art is completely different. The gameplay is different. They could have called that game anything, but I think they just used the Sengoku name to sell it. But it doesn't feel like Sengoku. But these 2 games are great. Sengoku 1 and 2. And they're a lot of fun on the NEO-GEO. A lot of fun games. Or a fun couple beat 'em ups on the NEO-GEO. Alright. We're dwindling down here to the last few games. We've got... maybe Jesse. What's APM? What does that mean? Oh, there we go. Thank you, Jesse, for posting that. All right, the next one here is the Last Blade series here. This one, or Gekka no Kenshi. This is Gekka no Kenshi, the first game. And then this is the second game. So this is Last Blade 2. These games are absolutely great weapons fighters. Beautiful games. Absolutely gorgeous series of fighters. I really enjoy the first one a lot. But really good games. Hey, Saru, do you own Windjammers for the PS Vita? I don't own. That's actually the one I wanted, was the special edition on the Vita. It's the only one I don't have.
Action per minute.
That's what?
Action per minute.
Oh yeah, he's actually probably faster at reflexes. Saru's old now. I'm getting old.
Here's that one time something fell out.
I'm getting old. The old.
It was.
Oh, ow.
You okay?
Yeah. Yeah, these are the doubles. All right. Now, I talked about this. Let's get all these out of here. I'm mixing them up. Now let's talk about my favorite fighting game series of all time. And I'm sorry because I talked so much about this, but we're just about to talk way more about this. So, The King of Fighters 94. This game revolutionized fighting games with its team battle system. It was the first game to offer team battles. It was also the first fighting game to have characters from different franchises. Like this, I mean, these were all SNK franchises, but they were still characters from different fighting games in like a parallel world. So you had characters from Fatal Fury. You had all these original characters. You had the characters from Art of Fighting. Later on, they introduced other characters from other things as well. But the King of Fighters series was just super cool in the fact that you can do team versus play and switch out between characters after every match. You would play your next character. Absolutely love this game. Played this to death in the arcade. I joined a tournament at High Tech 21. I got third place in this tournament. I absolutely loved the King of Fighters 94. It was amazing at that time. And granted, the gameplay now feels super stiff, but back then it was a lot of fun. And then King of Fighters 95 came out. King of Fighters 95 was pretty much more of the same, but King of Fighters 95 introduced the team edit system, which allowed you to edit your teams, so you can mix and match, as to where King of Fighters 94 had predetermined teams. So like these teams on the covers, those were the teams that you got if you picked that team, and you had 8 different teams with 3 characters on each team. So not only did the game have many different fighters, it had team play, which was unique. But this one took it a step further by letting you do team edit and letting you mix and match whichever characters you wanted to make the dream team of your choice with King of Fighters 95. The NEO-GEO also had gotten a special version of the King of Fighters 95. That's this one right here. This is a NEO-GEO CD King of Fighters 95 special item box. Kusanagi set, I think is what it's called. This one is a special version of it. This one's actually really hard to get. It's even harder to get with this outer sleeve, because a lot of people threw away this outer sleeve. For whatever reason, a lot of people threw it away. But this outer sleeve is part of it, you know, so it's only complete if you have that outer sleeve. This one came with a bunch of different things. It came with like a special box that had different things in it. Like, it had these different art cards, artwork by Shin Kiro. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone unbox this or show this off. You've got very large art cards of the key, what's called the key art for King of Fighters. I'm trying to be super careful with this because this is indeed a rare item. And a lot of these art cards, like this Kyo one, has stuff written on the back. Maybe I'll do a video where I can like neatly do it. This one's got like
that's cool.
Yeah, this is Ralph and Clark. Now, for those of you who don't know, Ralph and Clark are actually originally from the old SNK run and gun game Ikari Warriors. They're the 2 main characters to the Ikari Warriors games. They're an SNK franchise, and they were added to King of Fighters as fighting game characters. Now here's the actual sketch, the Shin Kiro sketch of that, and then the other side is the colored version of that. And this just has a number of art cards, and one day I'll do a video on it. There's so many. There's like Benimaru art. There is a cutout. This cutout is pretty funny. It's like a play on words, right? Because the Japanese word for cut is kiru, right? Kiru, and so it's like a cutout card, like a cutout, and it says "Kiru me please," you know, like cut me please, but also like kiru, like kill me please.
Matthew, it's a very nice looking set in art cards.
Yeah, this one has just so many, and I'm trying to.
And there's a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to be careful with it, because there's a bunch. There's artwork of AG. There's like a special like team edit, like special spin the wheel thing that you like cut out. It's goofy. And I guess this was like, if you ever did it, like Japanese people never cut this stuff, right? but like this was like a special wheel that you like did, you know, you would spin to like, if you were playing the game, this is how you would determine how you would pick your team, I guess. It came with special King of Fighters postcards, King of Fighters 95 postcards. It came with the King of Fighters 95 special sticker. It's just a bunch of art stuff, art cards, several cards.
Randall says, Sarma, did you cover Bang Brothers Busters? Bang Busters?
I don't, but that's not an official release. But I'll talk about it anyway. I'm basically mainly talking about the official releases on the NEO-GEO CD, but I can't talk about that one. It's over here. I have it, yeah. This one also came. The key thing for this one is this. This is Kyo Kusanagi's. It says Kyo right there. It's the kanji for Kyo. It's his lapel pin on his school uniform. Is what this one comes with. So a lot of collections, like when you see them, they're either missing the lapel pin or they're missing the outer sleeve. So it took me a while to find one that was actually complete.
You got it for a good price too, huh?
Yep. Well, I don't know. I got it for, I paid like 80.
I mean with the sleeve.
Yeah, I paid like, well yeah, I got this how this is complete. And I think I paid, after all the stupid fees and stuff, because I got it through Buyee, I think. Yeah. After all the fees and blah, 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 I paid $80 for this one. I don't know how much it goes for now, but that's how much I paid for this special collection back in the day. This one I always kept up there. Alright, and then the next one. This one here, this is one of my favorite King of Fighters of all time. This one changed so much. I guess I won't talk about it too much because I talked about it earlier, but there was a bunch of changes in the game system. Gameplay, they added things like running and super jumps, which is like the dash jump where you like, when you dashed and jumped, you did like that super jump. They added a UX, like a visual combo system that you can see, right? Like you did combos and you saw what your combos were. It added desperation, super desperation moves, where originally King of Fighters only had like special moves. This one added the super desperation, where when you were charged and in the red, you got to do a special super version of your super move. That's what 96 added to this one, as well as a bunch of characters. And 96 also got that same treatment, where it got a special version of it. Or not a special version of it, but it got like a side thing. For King of Fighters 95, it was that special art box, right? It didn't come with a game. It was just you were buying a NEO-GEO CD box of art. It didn't actually come with a version of the game. But this is King of Fighters 96 NEO-GEO Collection. This is like a fan disc for King of Fighters. It comes with an art book with a bunch of King of Fighters 96 art, right? All Shinkido art, as well as a special version of King of Fighters 96. And this one has like printed graphics on it with Iori on the disc. And it's pretty cool. Like you get to hear like all the character profiles, they talk and stuff. Their voice actors. The voice actors will do like a little ditty of like them in character, but then they also talk about themselves. They introduce themselves, who they are, like their likes and stuff like that. So it's a cool like fan disc if you want to like know about those kinds of things. And this is another one of those NEO-GEO CD items that's like off the beaten path of like the normal stuff. Next is King of Fighters 97. Great game. Didn't really introduce a whole lot. King of Fighters 98. This one is an absolute favorite for a lot of NEO-GEO King of Fighters fans, only because this game has an incredible roster of characters, including characters that already died in the series. But this one doesn't fall into the story canon, so that's why this one is called Dream Match, because it includes characters who have died in the series canon, like Mature, Vice, Rugal, the dance team. They all die in 97. Oh, it's Trusty Sister says you stay awake late. Oh yeah, we stream super late, but we're in the West Coast. That's why. Why did SNK release the King of Fighters 96 on Saturn in Europe, not North America? I don't know. Cause I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, King of Fighters 98 was the balanced King of Fighters game that everybody loved. Everyone loves this game. This is like when they ask a number, like 80% of King of Fighters fans will say King of Fighters 98 is their favorite version, and for good reason, right? Because like character balance and blah blah blah. The last King of Fighters game to come out for the NEO-GEO CD was the King of Fighters 99. King of Fighters 99. I wasn't a big fan of this one. This one was the introduction of the Nest Saga, which introduces that character there. His name is K Dash, who was supposed to be like a guy who was like genetically engineered with Kyo's DNA, but then you find out he was a real person, not just a clone that they just injected him with DNA. It was a weird storyline that went on forever, and I was actually glad when the Nest Saga ended. The Orochi Saga was my favorite saga in the King of Fighters series. Alright, and then the last game of official NEO-GEO CD games that I want to talk about that is an exclusive NEO-GEO CD game is Samurai, what is this one called? Shindetsu or Shinsetsu? I don't know, I can't read those. Shin something Shin something, I don't know the other kanji. Samurai Spirits Bushido Retsuden. Bushido Retsuden is a whatchamacallit? An RPG. This is a Samurai Showdown RPG. And this version of it, I want to say this is the version that actually has like Iori and Kyo in like medieval time setting with them. Now this is a sealed copy of this game. This is a sealed copy. So I can actually open it and show you guys the inner contents of this. Since this is a very special NEO-GEO CD live stream, we're going to go ahead and do that with a special NEO-GEO CD version of Seal Busters. Here we go! Alright. That's the wrong thing. There you go. Alright. So, we're doing a special NEO-GEO CD version, Seal Busters. This game has been in its cellophane cage for far too long that we're going to go ahead and open this live on stream right now. I know a lot of people are like, don't open that, it's sealed. Why would you do such a thing? Because I open all my games, and this is no exception. I've done this, I did it with Cross Swords. I opened Cross Swords live, and Cross Swords had 2 Obies in it. I don't know which VGST it was. Probably one NEO-GEO related VGST, which was we used to call Video Game Show and Tell Live before it was SARUSHOW. And it was a similar format. We used to do a bunch of other different things. But we're going to go ahead and open it. Look at, it's like, oh. Pull that cellophane. Here it goes. Oh. Here, you guys need to hear it too. There we go. You guys like that, don't you? Yes. Oh, sweet cellophane. Years old cellophane. Freed from its plastic coffin. Samurai Showdown RPG. Here is the Obi. I was hoping for a double Obi moment. I have another sealed copy, but I'm going to leave that one sealed. Where's that one? I should have checked to see if any of these were double Obi. Double Obi. Oh my god. No, it's not. I would have been mad if I opened that one and that one had like 2 Obis. I think that's like a once in like who knows when. I don't think I've ever seen that. I've never ever seen a double Obi. But we got it. We got it Obi. We got it open. Here's the Obi for Samurai Spirits.
Smell it.
You.
What does it smell like?
It actually.
What the hell?
How does it have Japan smell?
It does have Japan
It has
smell.
trapped Japan smell.
Japan.
Even though it's brand new. That's weird. Normally you get that with the used games. But beautiful printed artwork on this one as well. Beautifully printed artwork. Good lord. Like,
Oh, only one Obies is Matthew Roach.
I know. We had gotten double Obies on cross swords, which was amazing. Here's the instruction manual, which is really thick. We've got our survey card, which in Japan is called an anketo. We got a special sticker that came with this one with beautiful artwork. Absolutely gorgeous artwork for that. We've got an advertisement for, I don't know what the hell this is an advertisement for. It says Aspect Samurai World Famitsu Samurai Spirits. Oh, for a guidebook. This is an advertisement for a Famitsu, Tsushin Famitsu made guidebook. At the time they had not made it, but they were pre-advertising this at the time, I believe. Because I don't think the guidebook was out yet, but they were advertising it at the time. And I think that's it. And then the instruction manual is nice and big. So we got all the stuff that came with it. We got a sticker. We got an anketo.
Randall says you must repurchase your collection until it's entirely sealed double OB.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. I don't even care about Obies.
Let's do it.
I keep them now, but I don't really care for them. I used to throw them all away, actually. I stopped throwing them away in 2012. In 2012, when I moved back to Vegas, I started keeping them with games that I got Obies with. But when I used to open games, straight in the trash. Cellophane, Obi, trash. The mentality was different back then. People didn't keep that shit. People didn't keep boxes. People didn't keep any of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, my mom threw away all my game boxes. I could not keep... She would throw all that shit away. She would throw away my books. Like, she was kind of a bitch, though. Can you bring me my... Where's the cellophane? The sleeves. I think they're, like, over there. But she would throw away all that stuff. Actually, she was actually a total bitch. My biological mom. Total bitch. But now, I get to put these here. Let's do that here. I'm pretty sure. Time to put it back in a thing, because I will actually keep it now. I will keep it in a seal. Stand, Jesse, stand.
Sorry, I'm stretching.
Yeah,
they're pretty pointless.
Yeah, they're pretty pointless. I mean, like, they're, like, mainly made for, like, advertising stuff. But, like...
My dad destroyed my SNES cards with a hammer. True story. Sorry. My dad did that with my Super Nintendo.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
My mom cut an AC adapter to one of my things one time.
Good night, Ricky Renz.
She was pissed over something. She was always pissed about something, dude. She was... I don't know what's going on with that lady. Or still going on with that lady. Get in your thing! There we go. Alright. I'm going to put him...
tight.
Super tight. Super tight. That was the end of that track, by the way. Super tight. There we go. Put it back in a cellophane. Resealable cellophane. Alright. And then I have a couple of things. These were Visco releases by Josh Prod. These are both Visco games. They are officially licensed. That's not NEO-GEO. It's not NEO-GEO. You're fired. You're fired. Did you know NEO-GEO?
Yeah, no, I just want to play that
So
song.
this one's Bang Bang Busters. This was, look at this artwork. Who the hell? I gave Philippe is the guy who runs Josh Prod Games. I was like, man, that cover is garbage. And he was like, yeah, this was before we had, we were super organized. Same thing with this one right here. Like, this one looks like it was drawn by a 5-year-old. But this one is a Visco licensed game, and it was released by Josh Prod, but they call themselves NCI. But NCI is indeed Josh Prod. What they ended up calling themselves later. And now Pixel Heart, which is also Josh Prod. But these are the two Visco releases that they put on a NEO-GEO CD. were Androdunos and Bang Bang Busters. Finger Bang Bang.
Shell's Shell's here.
Shell's here. Welcome, Shell.
Is the circle complete?
The circle. The collection is complete, if that's what you mean. City Marts, Uncharted. Oh, we're talking about stuff.
Show them what you got.
Welcome, Shells.
Look.
Did I show you this shell? Look. This finally came. It's hilarious because I purchased this game in freaking January. Bruh. If you don't have NEO-GEO CD, oh. I'm missing a lot of the stuff that isn't official stuff. I have the official stuff. I'm not prioritizing the stuff that came out after the fact.
Yeah.
But my official release collection is complete. Yes, I have every Japanese release. Every Japanese released NEO-GEO game I now have in the collection. All of them! What did you get the golf game for, by the way? Almost $500 on Surugaya. You should go back in the stream like an hour. I talk all about like how nervous I was about receiving this game because the listing didn't have like real pictures of the product. It didn't have. It had like a stock photo. It didn't have a stock photo. It didn't have like. I was just super nervous about it when I got it. Randall, I don't know if you're trolling me or what. Good price. How much does it go for now? But alas, here it is. I know, dude. It is, and I'm glad it's actually like... It has everything. Neo Turf Masters is now going for... Holy shit, is it really? Oh, on the international one.
Yeah.
Did you have poopy pants? When I got here, yes, I finally... But it was like the kind of poop when you're really relieved, you know? And you just like let everything go in your pants. Waiting for it. Dude, yeah, man. I was super nervous about it. So I didn't get mine from the international site, Matthew. I got mine from surugaya.jp. Which is the... Because they were the ones... They had it listed for a lot cheaper. And so you got like the prices are different, and even if you go through a proxy, sometimes it's still better to go through the Japanese site, only because sometimes the listings are listed for a lot cheaper, for much cheaper. Surugaya delisted all their grown-up products from the .com page. So awful. Did they really? Like all the hentai stuff?
Service is on the green.
On the queen! Yes, dumping in pants is mandatory when waiting for NEO-GEO CD games. Especially when you don't know what they look like. I had that with two... actually, no, I didn't. I saw what Ironclad looked like because it was an auction. But I didn't know if like the CD was going to be fake. And it was sitting in the warehouse forever. So I had that moment twice with two big ticket item games. This one, the two rarest games on the system. This one and Ironclad. Brickinger. On the green! I'm just gonna keep saying that. That should be one of our sound bits when we get a new computer. Once we could use our stream deck again, that'll be one of the sounds that we put on it. We'll be on the green! That's so funny. Alright, we have been at this for 4 hours. Officially the most expensive one. I don't know. Should we play a little bit for like half an hour?
It's up to you.
Because I know you're tired, but I'm fine.
Go for it.
And I've been talking all night too.
Yeah, go for it.
But I'm good. Is the hunt or the completion that is the most satisfying? Well, this is my first complete set. This is my first like complete set of a game in any region. So like I think the funnest part was just trying to collect for them, I think. You know what I mean? I think that was the most enjoying part of it, was just trying to get every game, because I had already amassed a collection of NEO-GEO CD games. I've always had a good number of them, and I was lucky enough to get a lot of heavy hitters back in 2008. I got a lot of heavy hitters back then, because in the beginning, when I had the chance to get them super cheap, I didn't, because I bought my NEO-GEO CD in 1999, January of 1999, like a couple weeks after the new year. And I only bought very few games in the beginning. And then around 2007, 2008, 2006, 7, and 8, around that time, I got the itch to start searching again, because I started chatting on the NEO-GEO forums again. I created a new username on NEO-GEO, neo-geo.com/forums. They're still up, I believe. And I started chatting there, Sarumaru, and like I have like 3 different user IDs on that forum, because I was always afraid of, like, because that forum was always pretty rough. So like, I don't know, I never really interacted with people there a whole lot in the beginning. But I started talking with people who were trading stuff, and people were looking for PSP stuff, and I was trading PSP stuff for NEO-GEO CD stuff. So I had gotten lots of the really heavy hitters that are, well, the ones that people consider heavy hitters now, because back then they weren't really heavy hitters. They were just normal prices. So I traded a lot of stuff with people there. One of those persons is still on that forum, I think, because I bought something from them recently, and I used to trade a bunch of stuff from back then. So then just recently, when I started doing the lives with you guys, I got back in the interest of just hunting down the remaining collection, because I started doing YouTube, gaming YouTube, because I used to do art YouTube, which I'm bringing back only because I don't get the kind of views that I get on the, like, my art channel, which was like super shitty. I have videos that have gotten like 96,000 views, 40,000 views, 20,000 views. I don't get those views on this channel, but this is the channel I do for fun. So I'm thinking about bringing back the art, or I did bring back the art channel. I just haven't put any new stuff on it yet, but I did already bring back the Sarumaru Arts channel. So I'm going to start doing that again as well.
Stadium Art says, I'm enjoying the conversation.
Shat, I missed like 4 hours. Damn it. Yeah, dude, we've been at it for 4 hours already. Exactly. Actually. We've been just showing off the whole... I showed off pretty much... Actually, no, I showed off every game in the collection. I am missing, like, the non-official stuff still. Like, I don't have a copy of Last Hope. I don't have a copy of that Treasure, or whatever the hell that game is called. I did pre-order Xeno Crisis, but that hasn't come out yet on NEO-GEO CD. So whenever that comes to NEO-GEO CD, I will have it. But the only reason why I pre-ordered that one is because the game looks legit good, and I wanted to get it on NEO-GEO CD. So I do have it pre-ordered. And Last Hope is too expensive for me to get. So I don't want to, like... People want like $100 for that game, and it's like, why don't they just re-release it? You know what I mean? Like repress it. And it's funny because they actually did repress it, and I think they all went. So I don't know. If I had a game that was selling like hotcakes, I would redo it. That's what we did with FX no Yuki. We had to reprint it because we sold every copy. Yeah. For the PC Engine, so we reprinted it. But this will be the last time we do so because the game is old already. So maybe that's their mentality, is, you know, maybe it's an old game for them, and they've released it on other stuff. I'm happy for you. It's kind of fun to know that all these years later, you have completed that collection at least one of those games are from me.
Yeah.
Yep, and I mentioned that actually, and I was like, "Where is Shell?"
Panda and myself were happy. I didn't even know that he had a full collection shell.
I
just
didn't
found
tell
out
Jesse
today.
because if I told Jesse, he'd probably tell people before I did
I
the live
know.
today. So I didn't. But yeah, it was news to Jesse too that I had a complete collection. Randall says I've had a bad habit of starting to collect, then dropping out and selling, only to rebuy things later at inflated prices. I've only held on to a handful of titles of PS1. I've had to do that actually a lot.
Yeah.
The only things I kept were my NEO-GEO CDs and my PC Engine stuff. But even with my PC Engine stuff, I've sold a couple stuff and rebought it. But thankfully, I didn't pay a lot more for it. But I've done that with a couple PC Engine games I've sold. I've done that with some Super Famicom games. I have one game for the Super Famicom that I want to sell because it fetches for a really high price. But I just don't know if I'm going to regret it later. But I don't think I'm going to try to collect for Super Famicom anyway, so I might just sell it.
Just you had a complete collection since January and did not say anything. Nice poker face.
No, actually, I didn't. I bought. So, this was the last link, but when I bought this, I still didn't have every game, Shell. I bought this in January, and this ended up being my final game that I needed, but it was not the last game that I needed in my collection at the time. I was also missing, where is it? I was also missing Futsal. I was missing Futsal at the time as well. I paid for this in January, but it wasn't I was still missing, in January, I was still missing games. I was missing Futsal. I was missing Oshidashi Zintric. And I feel like I was missing one other thing. I don't remember. But at the time, I was missing like 4 things. I think I told you too that I was missing like 4 things. Because you were asking in the streams, remember? I was missing like 4 games at the time. So when I bought this, I was still missing games in the collection. But I had a chance to get those games in the collection while waiting for this. And like I said, I don't know who dropped the ball, if Zen Market dropped the ball or Sudagaya dropped the ball. Nobody was communicating with me. It was shitty. I talked all about it when I showed the game off earlier.
See, Jesse, he gets mad and you should not poke the Saru.
Bought a rare Sonic the Hedgehog, even though it says it's not for resale, says Snark Mark. Are those rare? I have a rare Streets of Rage, then, that's not for resale. Does that go for mad buckets? I paid like $4 for it. Mad profits. But yeah, dude, when I paid for this, I was still missing some. Games. So, as far as I guess now I can start collecting, trying to get the unofficial stuff that I'm missing, like Treasure, whatever the fuck that game is, and maybe Last Hope. Perhaps, I don't know. NEO-GEO CD version of FX Unit Yuki.
Yeah.
But still, very fun, Saru. It's cool that you have stayed with it for so long. Here's to another 21 years going. Oh no, I'll be long dead.
I'll be long dead.
Once I hit 60, I just want to be like... No, that's not true. I don't know. I'll get dead tomorrow. But, yeah, I guess now I can start getting the other stuff too. Like, I don't know. It's not at the top of my priority list.
Is Jesse going for complete set of something? No. I want a complete. Actually, I do, but I want a complete set of like Zelda games, but not a complete set of like a certain system. Like
console. He wants to get like all the Zelda games.
All the Zelda games, yeah.
Japanese and English, I think. And European or just Japanese and English?
Just Japanese and English.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I am with most stuff. I usually only want Japanese and only collect English if it's like for a series that I want. Like I have like, what do I have that's English? East, right? Like I have like the English East games. Saru will live on until he completes every CD-based gaming collection. Yeah, right.
Dude, what?
I think PC Engine games, I'm at 356 PC Engine games. But there are officially released 700 and something, almost 800 officially released games. Variants, I have all the NEO-GEO variants, all the CD variants. There's only like one or two, and they're not even variants. Oh, you mean like English stuff? No, I'm not gonna bother with English release NEO-GEO. So there were like 60 English released NEO-GEO CD games. I usually don't get North America stuff. I'm a big import gamer. The only time I get North America stuff is for certain series like East. I have a good number of East games. I don't have them all, but I have a large number of East games. Let's see. I'm trying to think. What other series? I think that's the only series that I collect US games for is East. My rarest game now is worth $850 since the flu hit, which is insane. It was $300 a year ago and $15 when I bought it from GameStop. I think the flu has created a new floor for sure. Yeah, this whole COVID thing has made people go crazy for retro stuff for some reason, because I guess like more people are home and consuming media, right? So I'm guessing that's really what it is. I just want the PCE poster that says I can meet the girl I like. What poster is that? I'm not familiar with that. I'm not sure. Should I know this poster? Maybe I'm a bad PC Engine fan. Some prices will come back down, but price memory is a thing. Happens with trading cards all the time. Once something spikes, usually it has a new floor price, even when things go down. That's true, because like now everyone expects it for that price, and if it goes down slightly, people are like, "Oh, that's still cheap," and they've effectively kept the price for that high now. That story of the fake Aerofighters 3 copies, muy feo. Oh, for AES? There was a lot of stuff, I think, for AES that was craziness. Craziness. What are you eating?
Mint chocolate.
Oh, Andes? Man, those are good. Those are good. But yeah, I officially now have every single NEO-GEO CD game released in Japanese. The only thing that I'm missing is a King of Fighters 98 calendar. There was a calendar for King of Fighters 98, and I don't have that. The only other thing I'm missing, but I don't give a shit about the calendar. The only other thing I'm missing is the front loader NEO-GEO CD. I don't have a front loader NEO-GEO CD. I have a top loader and a CDZ, but not a front loader. And that's it. That's all I'm missing, I think, from all the Japanese released NEO-GEO stuffs. And then I can officially say that not just the game collection, but my NEO-GEO collection, CD hardware collection is complete. But I don't have boxes. I don't have boxes for any of my systems back then, unless I acquired it later on in time. Like these boxes here, these were all acquired after, long after. That's a super rare item right there for the NEO-GEO. Or NEO-GEO for the PC Engine. This is rare hardware.
ROM.
This is the ROM amp. It's the karaoke thing for PC Engine. It's pretty rare. And that's it. I don't have any like rare hardware stuff really. That's like my only rare hardware thing that I have. KF 98 98 plus calendar. It doesn't go for a lot. It's not really expensive. But all it is just the standard KOF 98, and they packed a calendar in it. That's it. I bet you sing with that ROM every day. I was going to do a video of it, and then I was going to sing like one random Enka song at the end of it, just for fun, but I never did it. Videos take too long. And I work like 40, 50 hours, so... Especially lately, right now, I'm working like 50 hours a week at my day job, so it's like, it's hard. Hispanic karaoke. Hispanic in the way that I'm Hispanic, I guess. Whatever the hell Argentinian people are considered. Oh my god, you should. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, I was aware you caught that and everything and be all like, try to belt out my best Enka voice for some Enka song. Holy shit! Cabbage is here.
Rom app, K-pop.
K-pop, norebang. I know, I should look for some like random like 90s K-pop CDG, right? Like, or 80s Korean music like Sobang Cha or like Kingdom Mo or something like that. Because I think so. Korea, they didn't do a whole lot of CDGs. I think they stopped in the 80s because they went straight to other stuff in the 90s. I think, right? Most of their they did VCDs. A lot of VCDs came out in Korea for karaoke, for norebang stuff. I should know because I have a HOT VCD that was a karaoke HOT VCD. That would just confuse people if I started singing old Korean songs. That would confuse the shit out of people. Dude, when I was in Japan, that confused the shit out of people at the bar.
I know.
Dude, everyone was so confused.
Like, what's going on?
Some people were impressed, some people were confused. I'm like, why is this person singing in Korean? Yeah, lots of VCDs. Yeah, because I remember getting a lot of those, like, norebang. Or, not norebang. Like, just the VCDs with the lyrics. And they had, like, left audio track, right audio track. You can do, like, left audio track had the lyrics and right audio track didn't. And you could, like, mute the left audio track and listen to the right audio track so that there was no words. And you can sing along with it. I had... Shit. I'm trying to think of all my 90s karaoke VCDs that I had. Korean ones. I think I had a turbo one. I don't know if you know anything about 90s Korean music. Like, I know you live in Korea, but I don't know if you know anything about, like, Korean music stuff. But I was big into 90s K-pop. The first wave of K-pop is in the 90s. That was the Generation 1 K-pop. Was the 90s. Generation 1 K-pop was stuff like HOT, Shinhwa, Cool, Noise, Turbo. That was all like Generation 1 K-pop. Snarkmark says, my XI is a better karaoke player than the Pioneer LD player I got. Yeah, I have a laser active. Also, that I don't know that I would ever use for karaoke, but I have a Pioneer laser active. Big into Kim Taku. I don't know what that is. I don't know. What is a Kim Taku? Is it a food? Can I eat it? I like to eat. I love to eat. It shows.
Maybe he meant Kimu Taku.
K-pop, huh? Since a few years, I am into Japanese city pop. Did not know of K-pop. Japanese city pop is basically just a bunch of like I guess like that's what they're calling like 80s J-pop now, like Maria Takeuchi and stuff. Otaku for kimchi. Oh, I see. Oh, I thought you were telling me what Kim Taku was. Is that what that means? Like otaku for Korean stuff? Kim Taku was a Korean performer. I don't know. I was into like in the 90s, I was into like boy bands, Korean boy bands mostly, and a lot of co-ed groups. Co-ed groups were big in the 90s in Korea, like Cool and Coyote, stuff like that. Saw a pretty great video essay on Japanese city pop and future funk recently. I love anime themes and K-pop from the mid to late 80s and 90s.
Easy to dance.
Miho Morikawa. Wow. Yeah, like that stuff is good. Yes, exactly. Maria Takeuchi. Infinite's like recent. Infinite. They're pretty recent. Infinite.
Hurricane sings that song.
That's from Bubblegum Crisis.
Yeah, Bubblegum Crisis.
I forget who sings the song. Yeah, Infinite's like in the last 10 years, I think. They're pretty new, pretty recent. All right, you guys. I think we're gonna end it here because we've strayed off on NEO-GEO and started talking about K-pop.
I know.
But it's also 1 a.m. here, and we've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours today. Holy shit. Infinito Bacco Streeto Boys do. Do His Infinity. Oh, man. Do His Infinity is cool. I think a lot of people got into them because of Inuyasha, right? Like, Inuyasha introduced Do His Infinity to the masses back in the day because of, like, Fukai Mori. Huh?
The winner.
Oh, we didn't do the weekly video game winner. That's right. I'm dumb.
Hold on.
Did we close it? I think it's still open. There's another tab open.
Oh, right here?
Yep. Oh, no, never mind.
There it is, right?
We didn't.
It's right here.
We didn't. It was fun. Have a good night. I hope you're Oh, I just got a weird pain in my side. I hope you're subscribed, Randall. No pressure, but pressure. They also made a vocal image song for Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust.
You should subscribe.
Tokumade. Ah, yes. Time extended. Time extended! Okay, so the weekly winner of the weekly video game giveaway of the week. That's for the people who answer the weekly question, which is posted up at the top. You have a chance to win a weekly game, and I read your answer to the question at the beginning of the stream. So make sure you click on that link. Anybody can enter it. It's free. And the winner to the weekly question was Johnny C. With these, you don't have to be here like Gachapon. We reach out to you via email and we let you know that you won. So Johnny C, you are the winner of the weekly video game giveaway. You can choose your game. Right now, it's located at fxuniyuki.com. Oh, we can move that now. I got a SSL certificate for Sarupro.
Sweet.
So we can move stuff.
Randall says, I am, and I joined Sarupro.
What?
This is Randall.
Who are you in Wait. When did you join Sarupro?
Was it just now? Yeah. Oh, no, you know.
No, that's Shell. Shell donated 50 Swedish kronas. He says, complete NGCD love. Says Randrick. Says Shell. Why did I say Randrick?
No. Maybe he's, let's see.
Winner is Toshi. Come on, Toshi. Oh, buddy. I know, I missed.
About an hour ago.
Nice. That's awesome.
Oh. Hold on.
Very cool. Well, thank you, Randall. Did you get the link to the Discord? Did we get a notification for it?
No.
That's weird. Then we get a thing, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, you should be getting an email. If you haven't gotten it yet, you'll be getting an email with a link to the Discord. That's where we do all the chatting. I am always on the Discord. You can ask anybody in here. We're all in the Sarupro Discord, chatting all the time. Sarupro Discord is busy almost all hours of the day. We're chatting in the Sarupro Discord. So no Discord link, just a PayPal receipt. Oh, then he might have done it on sarumaru.com.
Yeah.
Okay, then you'll get a MailChimp link if you did it via PayPal. It just takes a little bit, but you'll get a MailChimp from sarumaru.com, and that should have your link to the Discord. So you should join us in the Discord. It's actually really active. So as soon as you get that link, make sure you click on it. Because I think Jesse sets them to expire too. So make sure you click on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we have to send you another one. But we're always chatting there. After the streams, I always hop in there and see if anyone's talking. In the day, it's like super active though. Like the Discord's super active during the day. And a lot of people come together through that Discord. Like a lot of people who are on YouTube got their audiences from the Saru crew. You know, like almost everybody who goes to Alucard's stream is Saru crew, except for like a couple of people. Same thing with. Are you trying to find out?
No,
where it does it?
I'm doing something else.
But yeah, you'll get a link. All right, I'll keep a lookout and join when I get the link, says Randall. Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for joining the Saru crew, and welcome to the crew. We go live like all the time. Oh yeah, that reminds me. When are we going live again?
Monday?
What are we doing Monday? We haven't done Sega Mega Monday in a while.
Yeah, we haven't.
You think we should do a Sega Mega Monday? Sega Mega Monday. All right, Sega Mega Monday. We're gonna be back Monday with Sega Mega Mondays because we haven't done in a while, and we also have 3 guys in a game that week, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's either
next
Sega
week's
Mega Monday
schedule
or Nintendo.
Oh, Nintendo stream?
Yeah. Oh no, we're not doing Nintendo stream. We're gonna do every other month.
Every other week. Yeah, because you
week.
just did it this week.
Yeah.
So we have. All right. So the schedule next week for lives is Sega Mega Monday. 3 guys in a game, which is me, Cassius17, and Brian Trusty. We stream a game together every other Thursday. That happens this Thursday. And then this week, I think I'm going to skip PC Engine Fridays. And we're going to do SARUSHOW, I think. On Saturday, we're going to do the Laserdisc show, I believe it is. Yeah, it's a Laserdisc show, yeah. But, anyway. So, yeah, we're going to end it here. We've already been at it for over 4 hours. Did Jesse just say Monday? Did you?
I did say Monday.
You did? How funny.
I can't believe Cabbage got that.
I know. Sharp ears.
I know.
He did say that. That's hilarious. But anyway, guys, thanks everybody for stopping in today, and thanks to Randall for joining the Saru crew. It's always cool when we get new members to the Saru crew. Very much appreciated. Shell says, "See you all soon." Yes, we will be back. We will be back here Monday for sure, you guys. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and end it here. Thanks everybody for stopping in tonight for this very special SARUSHOW live of the NEO-GEO CD collection. I really appreciate everybody for stopping in tonight. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.